In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. We better start counting down our weekends because we have a crazy man in office. And if something doesn't happen soon, something appears to be going to happen real soon. So I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Hey, Spicy Dicey, it's always good to see you. Thank you for being a member. Hey, Nappy Child, what is going on? I hope everything went well for you this weekend. What did I want to talk about? I want to talk about how embarrassing is it that 4547 went on a whole tangent against every other nation in the world, trying to nickel and dime them out of tariff money. And then going over and being, in my opinion, Benjamin Netanyahu's attack dog, being compromised, in my opinion, by Netanyahu and having to do anything and everything that Netanyahu has told him to do, only to turn around and say that he has met all his objectives in this war. You know, they want to tell you it's not a war because he didn't do what he was supposed to do. He didn't go to Congress and the UN to get a authorization for war. So they keep trying to call it every other thing. Well, the dummies in his administration, but he just called it a straight out war. So he said he's achieved all of his objectives and he could stop now. He's going to stop when he feels it in his bones. He's going to stop in a 4 to 6 weeks. He's going to stop all these different explanations about when he's going to stop. The same way that he gave you 1,001 explanations of why he started in the first place. So he says that now it has been reported that they were warned that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz if they struck them. And they ignored this warning. These are the reports. And now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, you may or may not know that the United States do not get a lot of oil in via the Persian Gulf. But the fact that the Persian Gulf is closed is going to fuck up the world economy nonetheless. So there's that. It is also true that the United States does have a capacity to have oil reserves, but uh, if they have been planning this war for such a long time, it seems like if you had a smart president, he would have been stockpiling our own oil reserves, since we are going to go over and strike one of the biggest oil producers in the world. No, they haven't even been stockpiling our own oil reserves. So there's that. I guess he's like, fuck it. I'm stealing oil from Venezuela, so I don't have to worry about it. And putting the money in my personal bank account, or, offshore bank account that only I can access. So I guess he's not. I guess he. Now, he said that. Was it him or that dumb Lindsey Graham? Um, it was both of them. They said that when oil prices go up, that we get rich. We get rich when oil prices go up. So he's trying to let you know. This is the dumb shit I just cannot believe. I don't know why they still have this man in office. Every congressman, every senator, every needs to be thrown out of office if they do not write up articles for impeachment on this man. He said that when the oil prices go up, he said you're going to have to suffer for a little time. So was this all of this suffering that you guys are having to do as American citizens? Was this included in the promises that he made, that when he got to be president, he would bring the Biden prices down? Was all of this suffering talked about on those campaign rallies and all of that? No, none. Now you're gonna have to suffer for a little while because, excuse me, when the prices of oil goes up, everybody gets rich. So when you're getting poorer because you must pay more for your oil, you should be thankful, because when oil is high, we are getting rich. Who is When oil is high, you are making the oil billionaires richer, is what he's saying. But he presented it to you because he disrespects the American public so much. He thinks that you guys are so stupid that you think you are going to actually get a benefit from your oil being more. He said we are getting richer. No, you're getting poorer. Okay, so I wanted to talk about that. Thank you, Spicy Dicey, for your 20-month membership. Nappy Child, thank you for your membership. Um, Chris Fisher, tell me exactly what did I say that I don't know about? I'll wait. Okay, I concur with you on that. Smooth Lady Lounge, I definitely concur with you on that. Now, uh, Chris Fisher, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Be specific. Be specific. Okay. Hit the like button, Chris Fisher. Yes, I can drop the link. I can definitely drop the link. Let me. Here you go. Now, I also find it hilarious. I also find it hilarious that 4547. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, capital, what is it? Uh, Cap Cold Blooded. I was going to get on that right now. I was going to get on that right now. I also find it amazing that the same man who said that everybody was cheating them, and we need some retribution, and we need to charge all of these people tariffs because they've been cheating the U.S. and blah 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 blah. And now that he has fucked up the whole world economy, uh, they say he's hurting the farmers in the United States once again because of the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Things like fertilizer and sulfate and things that farmers need to grow their crop, they have already gone up between, I've heard 30% and I've heard 70%. So somewhere in between 30 and 70%, the farmers who he never completely bailed out are still suffering. Let me hold on. Somebody's in the back. Let me see who this is. Hello, Smoothie.
Hey there. Yes, I'm here, Ronnie. Good morning to you.
Grand
Um,
Rising.
Grand Rising, it's me. Um, Look, I'm so glad that you're talking about this. I mean, everybody's so distracted with a lot of other things that's going on, but it's really going down around the land that is trickling down to us. I want to just say shout out to Jasmine Crockett. Do you know who she is? Down from
Of
Texas.
course. Yes, of course.
And her bodyguard just got deleted from life. What do you
What?
think that's about, Ronnie? Yes, her bodyguard just got deleted from life by a police officer just recently, and now you know how she gets busy on Capitol Hill, and she lays it all the way out, line by line, step by step, with facts and not just feelings. Albeit she's comical, but she lays it all out, and I feel that that was a direct hit to stop her. Well, first she lost the local her seat in the state of
Mm-hmm.
Texas. I feel that that was a setup, and also to basically stop her because she's onto something. A lot of these folks out here are focusing on the wrong things. What is happening is high treason, fraud,
Yes.
payoff, all of those things to keep them fear mongering, all of these things, when the real criminals are the usual suspects. It's fraud in the government, fraud from the DOJ, fraud from Congress. The Republicans, I think they own in both houses at the
Mm-hmm.
moment. So, and what that this war that we didn't pay for, which I got a problem with that too. I get very over the top excited about it, excited in not a good way, but kind of in a
We
weeping
can't
sort of way.
we can't afford to pay for it. It's just going to be added to our debt. Now they spent $11 billion on this war in the first week. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And $11 billion, and that's not over a month. This is day to day, Ronnie. This is billions of dollars day to day. So I had tapped into another content creators channel in the wee hours of the morning. I'm on Eastern Standard Time, and watching the replay with Trump giving his rhetoric and stupid mess, and basically give basically saying there's an issue but there's not an issue. The deflection of all of those things is real. Now what I feel that they're doing is because now they're going into other countries and other continents, or calling people to task that have been in these Epstein's file, which is extremely sick, and it goes across lands and it's heavy. It's like I feel the foundation of what I'm born and raised in, America, is a total fraud. These
It
things
makes you
around here.
feel dirty and disgusting that they are giving all of this reverence to these people who have been essaying young girls. All of this
Yeah,
is for the protection of these mega billionaires who are a part of this.
who are a part of it. Not only that, how dare and the nerve of this president to cause such a catastrophic deflection. We the people. Look, the last time I know of Ronnie, if I don't show up to the job, or if I'm not, even um making my goals according to the company's mission, they're gonna get me up out of there.
Exactly.
How come we not doing that for these people up around here? They're buying time into another election because people are afraid, like, okay, if we get a new POTUS up in there, then they're gonna have to take care of all of this. And so it like we're truly in a trick bag as a community. Um
I don't think
I,
we're in a trick bag. I don't think we're in a trick bag. I just think that unfortunately, too many people are worried about, like you say, the wrong stuff. Too many people are ignorant to what is going on in the world around them, and therefore they are allowed to pull off the shit that they are pulling off. At no point, all of these people, all across from Saudi Arabia, from the United Arab Emirates, all the way up into Kensington Palace, have dirt in this Epstein file. This
mhm,
Epstein dude was part of Mossad, some type of Mossad agent. If you do not think that your president has not been compromised and is doing everything he's told, thank you, Nappy Child. If you
mhm,
think he's not doing exactly as he's told. Now, it's also strange that while they came out and said that they killed the head of the supreme leader, that is the religious leader, because they
mhm.
follow a very religious style of Islam.
Yeah,
He's the supreme leader religiously. They're acting like they actually got rid of the representative of the state government. They did not do that.
they did not
However,
do that.
however, if you pay attention, that while they're trying to say that they're religious fanatics, they're trying to turn the United States into some form of Christian right fanatic type of bullshit to control their own United States population. They come out and tell you the U.S. is a Christian nation and all of this. The U.S. is not a Christian nation. That's why we left. That's one of the reasons why they separated from England, because they did not have to uh, study any religion that they didn't want to study. And the simple fact that they are really trying to turn us into a fanatic religious nation, and then saying what Iran is doing is so egregious, it's laughable. If you pay attention, this shit is crazy.
I totally agree with all of that, Ronnie. But I need you to look at something. So the U.S. has bombed and taken out now the successor, which is the son, if I'm understanding that correctly.
I haven't heard that.
Um, well, there
I,
his lineage is gone. His father is gone. The mother is gone. The children are gone, and it's
no, no, no. But the son has taken over now. Uh,
the son's
uh,
taken over. Okay.
Yes, they the sun has taken over. Now Pete Kegbreath is coming out and saying that the son is badly wounded and he hasn't come on camera. And I heard that he's lost a leg or an arm and he's badly wounded. Who else haven't you seen come on camera? Who else haven't you seen come on a camera since this shit has happened? And since Iran start striking back? Hmm? Can you see your screen?
Yeah, I'm still here, hun. I'm still here. I had
Yeah,
a text come through and it interrupts
I
my phone.
understand.
Sorry about that.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin
Now there's
Netanyahu.
yes.
Like,
Now
come on, you see it, Quant. Goodness gracious, you see it, Q. You see it.
now they're saying that that was AI generated, and then they had another thing where he comes out and he's in a coffee shop and he's showing his hands because the first video they said he had 6 fingers, and then he's holding his hands up. He gets a cup of coffee, and come to find out that this coffee shop that he is at is actually closed down during these strikes. So he's presenting as if I'm here, I'm having a cup of coffee. Now, when I first saw the video, I was like, "You mean to tell me in the middle of all these strikes that they are doing in Israel, that they're covering up, that they don't want you to see, while we have our drunk Pete Kegbreath out here saying that they have depleted 90% of their military force, and at this time, they saying that Israel is getting struck so bad. They are arresting people in Israel. They are arresting people in the UAE and Bahrain, everywhere, because they do not want you to see the power that Iran has struck their countries with. Now, the simple fact that Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they are trying to pull them into this fight. They want them
Mhm.
to fight back. The only reason that they are being struck is that they have military bases and U.S. installations are parked on their fucking soil where they can readily strike in the Middle East. So they really don't have no dog in this fight. These motherfuckers are making business deals. They just trying to make business deals and make money. Now they being drugged into this fight, and now they don't want you to see how badly they have fucked up these golden cities where the rich go to leave the world behind and all that bullshit. So they don't want you
Mhm.
to see that. But
Mhm.
that's
Well,
why they're being struck. Go ahead.
that's why they're being struck. Exactly, Ronnie. And people don't see that. I mean, I'm glad that, well, not so glad, but that you use the cuss words because mine might fly out. Okay.
Hmm.
But yeah, fuck the celebrity news. Yeah, that's in there. But there is a blueprint to all of this. There is a blueprint with these higher echelon fucking criminals that has been
Hmm.
going on for decades and decades. It's nothing new under the sun. And they're all in government status. They're all in government status. They're protecting one another. They cause a deflection so they can clean up the Epstein files. So there's going to be, oh gosh, Sandra, not now. Hold on one moment, babe. There is up to give them time to start even more redactions out of there because it's a lot of high powered motherfuckers up in there from all over the land that's been doing business deals and
Yes.
trafficking. And I want to put it more, I want to not just place it on the young ladies, the victims, and things like that, and salute. And I'm so sorry that your families and you guys had to go through that. But let's also put it on the young boys. They was trafficking young boys too.
It was boys too. Yes, it was boys too. There was one boy who stood up in Pam Bimbo's uh, oversight meeting. Just one. But if there was one, you know that there are many more.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when I was hearing, and I'd like to bring it true to form, I'd like to always make sure I have references and receipts when I say that I heard something. But Oh gosh, I get up in arms about it because people need to wake up. You getting played in front of your face. They passing laws and all the stuff right in front of your face,
And
and you're
the
allowing
other,
it.
go ahead.
And folks are allowing it to happen like sheeples. Look, I know it seems impossible. It's like, well, what can I do? I'm only one person. But if we can get on one vibe, look, we may not f with what the other one community do, but at the end of the day, when I had heard an email read of goodness gracious, a daggone email read Epstein's email. He looked at all of
There
us. I'm talking
he's.
about white, black, brown, Puerto Rican, and Haitians making
Hmm.
fun of everybody like it was a game. Like
Hmm.
we pawns. They laugh at this shit. They play these games. Have you ever seen the movie Dinner for Schmucks?
No, but have you ever
If
heard
you-
of? I haven't seen the Hunger Games either, but this is the Hunger Games. This is
yeah,
exactly what they're
Dinner for
doing.
Schmucks, the movie Idiocracy. Look it up. Look
Oh,
all of that up.
I've heard of that one. Okay, I've heard of that one. I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to check it out.
And everybody should be up in arms because they feel that, okay, you may be living cozy and whatever, and you may be middle class, low. It's going to hit all of us the same.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. Hold your thought right there. I don't know what happened with my broadcast on Friday, but I touched on, or was it Wednesday? I talked about how BlackRock, they are limiting the withdrawals that people can take out of the bank. Now, Wells Fargo is trying to force customers to be in on some buy-in, but the buy-in is basically saying that you cannot take your money out of the bank. You know who's going to be able to get their money from these banks? It's going to be these billionaires and these investors, these high-end investors. They're not going to have a problem taking their money out of the bank. There is already a run on the banks right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so much RonyiQ. It's so much going on, and I guess my vigor and my loudness, my vex comes from like wake up. I don't care about what you look like, what clothes you got, what you drive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck about none of that because what's also happening is that they're making it even hard. I'm gonna be jumping from everywhere to everywhere because I'm so pissed off, making it even harder to work to, how we got our local auto body, you take it to, Jerome down the street, work on your joint or whatever.
Right.
Maybe you get the part
Right.
from the junkyard and everything like that. Now you got to subscribe to get your shit fixed. You got to
Hmm.
subscribe to even get your own car fixed. Now, my daddy taught me how to change a whole bunch of things, the oil, the catalytic converter, all sorts of stuff on my Honda
Mm-hmm.
or my Lexus. You know what I'm saying? And so
Right.
it's like they're we scratching and surviving while these MFers are over here taking all of our money. I feel the tax system is a motherfucking fraud. I feel the credit system is a motherfucking fraud. Now they talking about, I've been paying taxes since I'm 14, Ronnie.
Me
Since I'm
too.
14
I've
years
been
old.
working since I've been 14. Yes. Go
And
ahead.
so now these motherfuckers then flying out their girlfriends and want to gallivant around the country and shit on my money. Where my money at, Ronnie? Where
Hey,
our money at?
and the thing about it is, if they pay the least amount of tax and they use the same roads, bridges, services, and all of this type of stuff, and the whole United States infrastructure is about to fall apart, and they act like they don't have money for anything, but they can consistently continue to give billionaires who, if they paid their piece of the pie, this
Mm-hmm.
United States is the most ugliest, the most downgraded, the dirtiest uh, major country in this whole world. You look at other developed countries, how their infrastructure is, how beautiful their buildings is. United
Mm-hmm.
States is fucking a hellhole, and he has the audacity to call other poor country's hellhole, and we are the richest country in the world. And compared to other advanced countries, we look like the hellhole because they don't
Absolutely,
want to
absolutely.
take they don't want to take any taxes from these billionaires to even fix up the infrastructure of the United States, to get any type of high speed rail, anything that would bring up the status of the United States. Because why? They don't feel that you deserve status because you continue, not you personally, you people in the United States continue to vote against their own best interests. So they know you stupid. So why even bother to give you anything? You, not you personally. People are
Yes, sir.
willing to live on crumbs and shit, and go up and spend their last money on MAGA hats. Do you know that motherfucker actually put out a mailer to get money from his and sent out the motherfucking mailer. And it was when he was at the exchanging bodies, receiving those 6 bodies back that
Mm.
lost their lives in this war, and they took a picture during that ceremony and put it on a motherfucking campaign flyer to raise money. And people are disgusted. If
And
enough
disgusted
people
about it,
even, if enough
Ronnie.
people know about it. He's trying to raise money off dead bodies of the soldiers.
You see how sick, but Ronnie, you see how sick you see how sick it is. I see how sick it is.
Yeah.
We need to,
And
the people need to know how, everybody needs to know how sick it is. Lay down your sword about just the trivial shit. I mean, people should stop caring about what everybody else look like or got going on, what kind of car they drive, whatever. Because when it comes down, the common denominator is that these, I'm using it well lightly, these powers that be are playing a game with us, a
mhm.
dangerous game, not just for us, but even for like the generations prior to us and the ones moving and going forward, right
and
under our
also
nose.
and
If you
also
don't like that, local legislation means a lot, and
a lot.
people need to be firm. Means a lot. I will get busy on my local legislators. Not will, I do. I mean, I go in there and I may be somebody else and I may be, the only, melanated woman up in the room and everything like that. And I don't want them to sit up there and be like, oh, she black and this and that, and her mouth gonna be this and that. No, I'm coming with facts and evidence. I don't care about your fucking feelings or nothing like that. What I see is what's happening, this, and that, and the other. And everybody sees it, but well, not everybody sees it, but they're not doing anything. What's happening in our government is high treason, Ronnie.
Mhm. It is. It definitely
Ronnie,
is.
let me chill the freak out. Let me chill the freak out, y'all.
Now, I
Ronnie,
let
they
me
put they put niggas in jail for less. You got
for
a
less.
little a couple of dime bags or
Um,
whatever. You
uh,
on the roll for 10 to 30. These
you
are the real criminals.
a
Have
motherfucker.
money.
Let you steal. Let I started on this story. Friday they cut my feed. Let you steal somebody's social security card information and go out and do something with that information as if you have been given permission to do that. You going to jail, and whatever they prosecute you for, you gonna get some serious time. Did you know that them Doge people went into the Social Security and stole all of our Social Security information? They are on. They are being deposed right now. And one of them is said to have told his new co-workers at his new company that he was going to give the Social Security information to his new job so they can find a voter fraud in the 2020 elections. Now, first of all, was supposed to go in there for waste, fraud, and abuse. Secondly, he understood that what he was doing was wrong because he the way he got it out of the Social Security system is he put it on that Signal app. You know, the same Signal app that erases all of your correspondence with each other permanently. He had to load it onto Signal app, and he had to email it to himself because he could not email it to himself. No, he had to email it to himself to get it on the Signal app because the government computers wouldn't allow anything to be uploaded onto the Signal app. But the person who he worked for, who wanted the information, told him just send it to me on the Signal app. So to be able to send it to the person on the Signal app, this is all our information. Everybody who ever had Social Security's information. They are loading it up on unsecured servers, talking about they're going to give it to their new employer to find a voter fraud in 2020. They're trying to, and why are they trying to do this? They have already sent this 2020 election before 60 courts, 60 judges who have found that there has been no voter fraud. They're trying to create a precedent of some type of voter fraud shit before the midterms because they see how the tide is going. They see that they are going to lose this election. They see that Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republicans, they got to have a runoff because neither one of the Republican candidates got 50% of the vote. Meanwhile, the black man don't have to go on a runoff. He got more than the Republicans got together. The two Republicans, the highest Republicans in Georgia, he got more votes than both of them combined. Now they got to go in a runoff, and you know that motherfucking Ken Paxton, he has the same type of record that Donald Trump had. He's been
Sure
impeached.
do.
He has been accused of fraud. He has also is a philanderer. Now, he was the one who called the Supreme Court and said that we should have to close the ballots at 7, the normal time. Why did he do that? Because Donald Trump didn't endorse him or the, what's that sitting senator who he's running against? Oh, I forget his name. He's running against a senator for the Senate, and Donald
Okay.
Trump didn't endorse either of them. He says that he liked all people on the ticket. That black raccoon Wesley something was also on the ticket, so he endorsed nobody. So now they say this Ken Paxton, he has a horrible record. He's been impeached and all this shit. He's another a side of 45, 47. Now, he's also kissing ass. So to further kiss ass, now the Democrats asked for an extension in time because people were showing up at the wrong polling place because they had redrawn the map. So therefore, people who used to be able to vote in one place were showing up at that place, and since the maps had been redrawn, they had to go to a different place to vote. So somebody on the Democrat Party went to the courts, got it approved to extend the voting from closing at 7 to closing at 9. This had nothing to do with the Republicans. The Democrats requested that. So
Mm-hmm.
now this is a runoff. This is a runoff between was Takapina and Jasmine Crockett. This ain't got
Yeah,
nothing to do
Tina.
with no Republican. That has nothing to do with Republican. So why was it that Ken Paxton was the one who went to the Supreme Court and said, no, you got to cut the time off at 7 o'clock? It ain't had nothing to do with him, how he run his race. Why he worried about what Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats are doing in their race? He should have been more concerned about his race because he was the one who came in third place on his race. But since neither of them, neither of the Republicans got 50%, he thank God he has to go on a runoff. This shit is
Mm-hmm.
crazy. He stuck his nose in something. that did not concern him. And so what they did was they took all of the votes that said they say came in after 7. How can you tell what votes came in after 7?
Hmm.
How can you be sure of what votes came in after 7? How can you not misrepresent what votes came in after 7? And they set them aside. So that's disenfranchising voters. That hurts nobody but the voters. And most of the votes were coming in from Dallas County, where she was actually a representative of that late in the game. So the people who were most likely to vote for her, they pulled their votes out of the fucking count. That's voter suppression.
Ronnie, look what happened prior to when Trump had even came in. A lot of things that came into office. I mean, illegal aliens was running rampant, and it was like, carrots in front of everybody's face. Well, their face is like, okay, we need voters, so we're going to harbor you. We're going to do this, that, and the other. And I need to get away from that because I really want to speak factually and bring it more to context. But voter fraud, or all of those things, let's just stick a pin in that. Like, we got a whole felon in the office that's not only been impeached once but twice, and is committing crimes illegally. Like, this is really happening, Ronnie. This is really happening. Now let's say talk about our people up in jail, prison, and everything like that right now. Now it may depend from state to state if you are allowed to vote. I have went on the internet the other day, and I was looking at different states and what voteration with the voting laws look like for people that are felons. And it was really sketchy. It really didn't get down to the nitty gritty per state. It was like, okay, if you served your time and you're not on paper, then you can vote, or things of that nature. I feel that that's a fraud. And you know why? Because if people was allowed to vote, Black, brown, Puerto Rican, Haitian, everybody from everybody daggone nation, it would look a lot different. How are you setting laws? Not you per se, not you at all. But how is it that you 30 times over a fucking felon and the president of the quote unquote free world? I have a problem with all of that, Ronnie. I'm sick of it. Everybody should be sick of it. Everybody should be up in arms in some type of way. But I feel that people feel hopeless because the connections go so strong, and money rules. Money is ruling, is ruling everything. Dignity, ethics, all of that, integrity is all out the window. I couldn't believe what I was seeing in Congress, and even on the floor with Jasmine Crockett and that dizzy blonde bitch. Sorry, but yeah.
Marjorie
Just
Taylor Greene.
your body tell you, I was like, I couldn't believe, we look like the laughing stock of the whole entire rock of this world.
And
It was like a shit show.
and the thing about that, all that
And they
shit,
thought it was funny.
she was doing that to garner favor from somebody who she realized, like, oh no, uh these you guys said the files would be out. He played that dumb bitch like a fiddle. She is sitting up here being inappropriate. Did you remember her asking this journalist who had an accent what country was she from, and she only take questions from American journalists? The She didn't have a Spanish accent. She had like a European accent, and she was yelling and screaming because she asked her a hard question. And what country are
Mhm.
you from? And now and then all of a sudden, she realized that, hey, I can't stand for them trying to hide what's in these Epstein files. And she stood up. And what did he do? He threw her under the bus and told her, I will have somebody primary your motherfucking seat, bitch. And the thing about that, the thing
Mhm.
about that shit is that the person that he endorsed to primary her seat did less than the Democrat did. So all of this, and she is, instead of standing up and actually trying to win her seat back after all of the ignorant shit that she did trying to please this man and realizing he wasn't shit. The thing about but the other thing about her is a dumb bitch is just a dumb bitch because she sat up and talked about Obamacare so badly, but then had the nerve to come out when the Democrats shut down the government because they wanted those subsidies to continue to allow people to remain on their Affordable Care Act / Obamacare. She came out in agreement with the Democrats. Why? And still talking shit about Obamacare. But see, I find it ironic that this bitch was saying that Obamacare was still a horrible insurance, but people needed something. And my children, they're going out and see, it doesn't mean nothing until it happens to her. It didn't mean shit until it happened to her. But she's so stupid. She's saying my children are shopping for insurance and they can't afford it. Well, why can't they afford it? You did all of that insider trading. You became a multi-billionaire 10 times over since you been in Congress. How come your children can't afford their own insurance? And it is so high. My children are 26, 27, and they're looking for their own insurance. And I'm like, hold up, bitch. Hold up, bitch. Why at 26 and 27 are your children just looking for their own healthcare insurance? You know why?
Exactly.
Because Obamacare allowed children to stay on their parents' health insurance that long. But you saying how bad Obamacare was, you dumb bitch. Ugh,
Mm-hmm.
these
You know
people
who I
are
can't
just,
stand, Ronnie? I can't stand daggone Bondi.
oh my
I
God.
I don't like her. She's repulsive to me. She's very haughty and very smug. I don't like her. I feel that this is when everybody that's under the sound of my voice and Miss Ronnie Q broadcast today and everything, check all of the facts on these people in your local legislation
Yes.
locally,
Yes.
because those are the ones that will go to the Hill into Congress to speak on your behalf. Don't fall for the okey doke. I know they put and this is what they do, Ronnie. They put a lot of red tape. Oh, you got to have an ID for this. Now you got to do this and do all of these things to stifle us. And to this is what filibustering really is. What you guys are seeing right now in real time, what's going on that bullshit White House, is filibustering at its finest. They're filibustering, buying time to get some of the even more of the information redacted from the Epstein files.
But
That's
actually,
I'm sorry.
But actually, they are releasing some information in the Epstein files that's being ignored as well, because we're at war, and so now that we're at war, they're trying to slide out shit in the Epstein files because people ain't paying attention to the shit that they've been sliding out in these Epstein files.
Mm-hmm. Look, Ronnie, let me tell you what's fucked up. Now, the down to is it Mar-a-Lago or Key Largo or something like that, where they had
Mar-a-Lago.
raided Mar-a-Lago, when they had raided Trump's joint down there. He had already knew about that. He got all of them discs, all of them things clean, wiped out, 86'd it prior to. This was in a deposition and testimony, and people are sliding past the devil is in the details. And so this is why they're allowed to get away with a lot of all these things, because a lot of motherfuckers is asleep. I'm one of those people that get paid off of people being asleep that don't want to read, or can't understand, or legal jargon, or all of those things, because maybe they don't have the time to, maybe they don't give a fuck to, or whatever the case may be. Y'all better freaking wake up, because your asses, all of our asses is at risk. Our livelihood, and we're just a brink away from civil war. Ronnie, like if these
Well,
upcoming
I
elections,
say we're
whew,
closer to World War III. I don't think that enough Americans have it within it to fight for anything. It's too many Americans who are so stupid that they are willing to take anything. But
mhm.
World War III, I think we're definitely close to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, it goes back through lineages. They've been doing these things have been happening through decades, all the way down to the Iran Contra scandal, things of that nature. We selling warfare to our enemies, and then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. All of that shit is in play.
Hmm. Hmm.
You
Most
feel what I'm
definitely.
saying, Ronnie?
Now, what do you feel about the fact that Iran really pulled the sheet off the lies that were told about this dome that was going to be able to protect them, and how they wouldn't be harmed, the Israel wouldn't be harmed in these attacks, and uh, 90% of the Iranian weapons have been depleted or ruined. None of this shit seems to be true. It seems like
I believe
Iran
that.
is going on and on and on, and actually made them show their hand. Let me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead. What do you think about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're playing war games with these people. They look at it as a business, a money making thing, for some of them, but some are coming have maybe, for lack of a better word, maybe having a come to Jesus moment, because bodies is involved. Human nature, us, are involved. We're sending our servicemen and women in salute to all of you guys that serve, where your hands is sort of tied to go out into a dummy mission under a regime that's faulty, and that's setting our whole entire country up for the okey doke to hide pedophilic and murderous ways, and all of those things that have been happening from time after time after time. The R. Kellys and the P. Diddy's, I mean, albeit big, but still small. They followed it's a certain
Uh,
blueprint to get
that
into
yeah,
that world.
R.
You
Kelly
feel
and
me?
R. Kelly and P. Diddy, of course, they would be the sacrificial lambs because they're black, and they
Right.
and on the big scheme of things, R. Kelly was already broke, and on the big scheme of things, Diddy is not a rich man. In if you stand him up to the other people who are being absolutely protected. So Diddy was a nobody compared to these rich men that they are protecting. Now let me share this with you. This professor, how they are trying to, and now the thing that they're doing with our media is also disgusting. You did you hear Hexelf get a question? I forget what the question was, and he said, "Who are you with?" He tried that "Who are you with?" thing. The question was quite reasonable, and I'll be glad when CNN takes over. I'll be glad when Ellison takes over CNN. Now, you know, Ellison has taken over TikTok. And now they are expected to pay 45, 47, something like $10 billion. Now, this administration had to approve that takeover of TikTok. So how then is it that guarantees 45, 47, $10 billion? Let me share this with you. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you so much. I didn't. Okay.
Let me
I
share the
appreciate you.
screen.
Let me up here.
Yeah, you stay here. If you have time, you can stay. I just wanted to talk about this. A deal allowing TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. Could bring about $10 billion to the administration of Donald Trump. The agreement restructures the app U.S. business under a new entity backed by investors, including Oracle. So we do know that Ellison is the owner of Oracle. Are we
Right.
clear on that? Okay.
Yes, I'm
So
clear.
at the same time, at the same time, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. At the same time, why is Oracle now saying that they are going to fire between 20 and 30,000 people because of the deal that they have with Sam Altman for AI?
Mm. Mm,
Did you
mm,
hear?
mm, mm.
Did you hear about these firings? Let me pull up the Economic Times. I'm gonna put that in the link for you guys also. You know, I gotta drop my information for you guys to see. Now, at the same time, this is what's happening to jobs. Now, these are jobs. Are these middle class jobs. See, everybody thought that it was going to affect people who had menial jobs, cashiers and all this. No, motherfuckers, it's affecting you guys. I had said over a year ago that it was going to start affecting a lot of white collar jobs. Now, these are tech jobs that is also affecting. Here we go. Let me share this with you. The
Mhm.
Economic Times. So these are middle class people.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm still with you. Let me just I'm
Oracle
on a
layoff
few different
of
devices. Let me bring it up.
2026. Why Larry Ellison? Go ahead.
No, I was
Go ahead.
enlarging on my other device about the Oracle layoffs 2026. Why Larry Ellison's US tech giant is cutting thousands of jobs again. 300 billion open AI bet with Sam Altman. You see you see
Mm-hmm. Synopsis: Oracle layoff in 2026. U.S. tech giant Oracle is again planning to cut around 30,000 jobs as the company faces a massive cash crunch from a massive AI data center expansion effort. Larry Ellison's $300 billion partnership with Sam Altman, OpenAI, has reportedly left the company bleeding. Oracle is
mm,
scheduled to report fiscal third quarter's earnings on March 10th.
mm,
So he is back putting so much into this AI, and he's having to cut his own employers, but he has no problem with that because they have no problem with AI taking over your jobs anyway. That's why they're investing
wow.
so much money in it because once they get this AI, they figure that they're not going to have to pay you anyway. Let me
Mhm.
see.
Mhm. And we're going to see much
See,
more of that,
Oracle
Ronnie. It's going to be a lot of resignations and
now.
reassignments, but it's still up of the same heads.
But the thing, this whole the stock market is doing well. It's like eight tech executives up there saying we're gonna spend 10 billion, like Larry Ellison from Oracle, spent $300 billion with Chat BT, Open AI, and then Open
Mhm.
AI is going to say that they are investing so much in Meta, and then Meta is going to say that they're it's a circle jerk. These billionaires are up there pretending like they are investing all of this money that they never have to come up with, so that your government can come out and tell you how good the stock market is going. How is anything else on the stock market going? Okay, Oracle has announced it's planning to cut thousands of jobs across divisions, reported Bloomberg News. Oracle, which has emerged as a major player in the business of renting computer power, is facing a cash crunch from a massive AI data center expansion effort, the report said. The report stated that Oracle is struggling to manage a worsening cash crunch from its much touted and increasingly expansive AI data center expansion. So I'm going to drop this link. You guys can check this out. So, what do you think about that?
Um well, I don't trust a lot of things. Ronnie, when it comes to that. I mean, I verify, and sometimes it takes a lot of time. Um, and I'm trying to get away from the word feel,
Mm-hmm.
but this is this is going to we're going to be seeing a lot of this reassignment, pivoting, shifting, all of these things. One thing that Bondi kept saying, the Dow. When she kept saying that, I wanted to throw a fucking tomato at her, like, shut the fuck
Mm-hmm.
up, yo.
Mm-hmm.
The Dow, the Dow. And so when she kept saying it, it pissed me off, but it let me know where her allegiance lies. Shit like this.
Mm-hmm. Talking about the stock market now, like the thing that I told you about BlackRock. BlackRock is one of the major the largest hedge funds. They control so many assets in America. They control a lot of insurance money, from health insurance all the way down to every type of insurance. They manage hedge 401ks, retirement funds. All of these are different type of funds. I did a whole deep dive into BlackRock, and now they are limiting their your ability to take only up to 5% of what you have out of BlackRock. So, um,
That's
yeah,
scary
this
to
is
me.
they have
That's scary to me,
yeah,
Ronnie. Like
yeah.
I got stock in certain companies. I mean, I do look at the Nasdaq every so often. I'm a novice in a lot of it, honestly. I mean, I'm feeling some type of way about the life insurance I've been paying into. My family's been
Hmm.
paying to into. My siblings been
Yeah.
paying to. My son's been paying into. So it feels
What
like
about
it's
your
all a mistake.
401k? They manage
My 401k.
401k. Many. The BlackRock, they manage so much motherfucking money in the United States. They are the ones who, remember when 4547 was talking about buying the Panama Canal? You know who
The
actually bought
Panama
the
Canal.
Panama Canal? BlackRock
Yeah.
bought that. Yeah, that's who bought the Panama Canal,
Wow.
because they have that much money as a company. That's not owned by America. That's owned by BlackRock. That's an investment by BlackRock.
hmm Look,
Okay,
Ronnie, I thought Dodge was supposed to be like not so much the whistleblowers, but showing
wait a minute.
transparency.
Your
Uh,
wait a minute. Your sound. Hold on. Your sound's messing up. Hold on. Your
okay.
sound messed up. I didn't hear anything that you said. You thought what?
Is it
Start
is
all
it
over. You
okay
thought
now?
what?
Ronnie, is that
It's
okay?
better now. You thought what?
Okay. I thought
Yeah,
that
I hear
like
you now.
the Dodge. And even with Elon Musk, I don't trust none of these motherfuckers. Just I'm gonna just put that out there. But I thought that there was a group that was showing of like a blue or whiteboard of being more transparent about where our money was going and how they were spending it. Basically, trying to trim the fat off the pig, type of shit. And
I know
I
you're
don't
not talking
see
about
it.
Doge.
Yeah,
I know you're not talking
I
about
no.
Doge.
I know it. Come on, I know it. Right? Yeah. What it was like? What was that all
Are you
about?
talking
Y'all
about
not showing
Doge?
shit. Yeah. Like,
Mm-mm.
where
They were
the freak is my
supposed
money?
to cut they were supposed to cut $2 trillion off of Doge was. Now let me show you what Doge actually were doing. Let me show you this. I have the deposition from these two people. There's a lawsuit against Doge about canceling all of the humanitarian uh, what was it? Grants. They are
Okay.
setting up counseling grants, and they came in 1 month, and by the time it was less than 30 days, they had eliminated 96% of the humanitarians budget. I mean,
96%. What the? I'm still with you, Ronnie. I'm just looking it up.
96% of the whole operation. Let me let me let me let you see some of their depositions. It's just a little short portion that I have.
Okay.
Okay.
This
All
is
right. Let me
insane.
get out of this. I apologize. Because I was gonna I look right when I got ready to show it on my last show. My show went out. I was like, "Is that uh, 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 uh,
My sound is tripping, Ronnie.
nobody but Todd trying to mess things up for me?" Like,
Ronnie, can you hear me, hon? Ronnie. Ronnie, I'm gonna drop down and come back up. I can't hear Ronnie, you guys. I'm gonna drop down and come back up.
I apologize. I am back. I am going to drop down and come back up. I can't hear Ronnie, y'all. I don't know what happened. Every time I get ready to do this story, something happens. The last time I got ready to do this story on Friday, my whole stream cut off unexpectedly. Here is the link if you want to come back up. We're going to talk about uh, these Doge characters who were all in our government trading information on the unsecure Signal app that disappears all of your the transmission that were stated. They gave up all of our government information to whomever and people who are yet to be determined as they went into our uh, government agencies and got whatever they want from the Treasury Department, from the IRS Department, from Health and Human Services. They have went through, and the Treasury Department. They have all of the methods and the of how people are paid, what they are paid, and how to pay people or not. They have all of this information, and now they are being deposed. Let me exactly. Let me share this with you. Now they are in a deposition from the Humanities Department of Humanities. They are asking them, well, you they quickly fired up to 96% of the personnel, but they didn't. They said that they uh, fired them because 4547 had his EO. When he says EO, executive order, out that he put out on his first day about DEI. And 96% of this agency was wiped out in less than 30 days. That gave different grants for humanitarian things such as getting a HVAC for a museum to make sure that the pieces are curated at the proper temperature, that they would not be destroyed. Things like this. So let's get into this deposition. What agency and what is your source, please? I will drop the link in my description box. As I always do, I'm about to share the link with you now. So uh, I am not your. You are not my master. I do not work for you. The link will be in my description box of what I'm speaking of. Let's get to these depositions. Why don't we? Here we go. Here we go. And maybe you can look them up. I'm going to show you the depositions. Hmm. Yes, yes, yes. One second. Let me get them. Maybe they're on the one for today. Hold on. I got them. Let's get into this. What the Doge kids. Now, we do know that the Doge kids were also instrumental in getting uh, getting the National Guard into the streets of D.C. Remember, one of the Doge kids got punched in the nose by a 14 and 15-year-old kid, and therefore 45, 47 just so happened to have some National Guards that could be on the streets of D.C. the very next night. Do y'all not remember how that went down? somebody got a bloody nose from a 14 and a 15, one of whom was a girl. And the National Guards were on the streets of D.C. Not the next weekend, not after the weekend, no, the very next night. That is the thing that catapulted 4547 to want to make the streets safe. So let's get into. Let me share this with you. I don't even think this is the one I was thinking of, but I'm gonna find out what's on this one with you, because I don't think this is the particular one that I wanted. Let's share it together.
DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year. When you create your tax returns, they give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is Black or a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think
No, you don't think, and that's the whole problem. And it's one thing for some mega internet troll there to not have any idea what DEI programs actually are. But what if somebody that Trump and Doge put in place to cancel DEI grants literally cannot explain what DEI is? This guy probably can't even spell it. I've got shocking new video of a legal deposition over a DEI lawsuit where the Doge bro in charge of flagging those grants for termination literally cannot explain what DEI is, and is both shocking and pathetic. I mean, seriously, the level of stupidity in his answer is off the charts. So we'll get into it right after you hit subscribe to Really American Media right here on YouTube. And please, you'll find us on Substack as well. All right, now let me just first say that it's no wonder that...
Yes, this is the one that I was looking for. The link is in my description box under Doge Dummies.
The mega types can't explain what DEI is because you have elected officials like this ass that just the words and more.
But thanks to Trump, America is rejecting that trash. And I'm leading the fight to end it for good. I'm Andy Barr. It's not a sin to be white. It's not against the law to be male. And it shouldn't be disqualifying to be a Christian.
Yeah, that's Congress.
Oh, so therefore, here come the victimhood. It's not a sin to be white. It's not a sin to be male. So this is a white male agenda. This is to prop up the white male. And it seems like it's working quite well. If you look at the unemployment, the unemployment data, twice as unemployed as white people. If you look at the unemployment data, you will find that in these Doge cuts, there were approximately 300,000 black women, educated black women, who lost their jobs. So we'll get into that as well.
Congressman Andy Barr from Kentucky standing strong against discrimination of white male Christians.
And if you don't know, your EEOC has come out with a special video appealing to white men if you feel like you have been discriminated in your workplace, as they are no longer taking data from non-white men about discrimination in their workplaces. You have a whole special video from the EEOC appealing to white men if you have been discriminated in your workplace.
Simultaneously demonizing DEI as dumb, evil indoctrination, which is ironic since he is literally trying to indoctrinate dumb, evil people into hating something they can't define. And while that might be funny, ironic, and ultimately pathetic, when Trump tasked Elon Musk and his chainsaw with dismantling DEI programs, it had real world consequences against women, minorities, and gay people, not to mention everyone else, including those poor white male Christians.
The department is highlighting more DEI cuts in the federal government. DOJ now posted this list breaking down the total number of DEI contracts, and there are a lot. All of this just as they're trying to save taxpayer dollars. In all, DOJ says it has cut nearly 300 contracts, saving Americans more than $1.4 billion.
First of all, it didn't save Americans anything, and whatever dollars it did cut have already been blown in just the first few days of our war of choice in Iran, which is costing you and me about $1 billion a day. But I digress. Let's talk about how DOJ targeted that list of contracts you just saw scrolling down the screen. Meet Joe Fox, a former DOJ staffer who said his job was to flag grants for so-called DEI programs and send them up the old chain to get canceled under Trump's executive order or
his Trump's EO, as you will hear him call it. And let's see what Mr. Fox is able to tell you about why he canceled these grants.
Or EO, as you're going to hear him call it. Mr. Fox had to sit for a legal deposition for a lawsuit brought by the American Council of Learned Societies, the American History Association, and the Modern Language Association, who have been accusing DOJ of...
Okay, for the person who asked me, did you write that down? Did you write that down? So it's closer to political commentary or activism than traditional journalism. That is what several AI says about this news source. Far left think tank. What news source? So did you get that source? So are you going to share the source I asked for? The source is the people who have filed this lawsuit. Did you get that source? That source is not a think tank. That is definitely not a think tank. That is the source is the people who are suing because of what was done. Really America Media. So because Really America Media is reporting on the lawsuit, it's a far left think tank. Let's see the deposition that Really America is reporting on. That who bought? Let's see how many people bought this.
And send them up the old chain to get canceled under Trump's executive order, or EO, as you're going to hear him call it. Mr. Fox had to sit for a legal deposition for a lawsuit brought by the American Council of Learned Societies.
The American Council of Learned Society. Let me see who that is. Let's see who that is. American Council of Learned Societies. The American Council of Learned Society is a private, non-profit federation of 75 to 81 scholarly organizations in the humanities and related social sciences, founded in 1919 to represent the United States in the Union I don't know. Academic International. It's not academic. It's I think it is academic, but they spelled it with a Q. Academic International. Its headquarters are at 633 3rd Avenue in New York. What is the mission statement? The LS mission is to encourage and to enable scholarships that advances understanding of humanity and human endeavors with focus on improving the human experiences. It supports the creation and circulation of knowledge in history, culture, and the humanities, and advocates for scholarly self-governments. There is more. If you want to read more, you know that it is the American Council of Learned Societies. Who else is suing in conjunction with this?
The American History Association and the Modern
American History Association. Let's see who the American History Association is. Since you want to type propaganda in here. Let's see who the they say American Historial. I want history. Okay. The American Historical Association is maybe that is what he's talking about. That's who are you? It's a member of 14,000. They have dues between 42 and 325,000. Let me see. The American Historical Association is a nonprofit membership organization founded in 1884 and incorporated by Congress in 1889 for the promotion of historical studies, the collection and preservation of historical documents and artifacts, and the dissemination of historical research. As the largest historical society in the United States, the AHA serves as the umbrella organization for historians working in every period and geographic area. Among its 15,000 members are faculty and secondary schools and 2 and 4 year colleges and university, historical graduate students, independent historians in museums, historical organization, libraries and archives, government and businesses. So, you, where's this failure? Uh, so you have absolutely failed in your propaganda. This has nothing to do with the reporters. Really, America has nothing to do with the inability of these Doge people who are highly unqualified, who went in and swiped away the grants from these organizations who are actually have a lawsuit against them because of the ways that they shut down 96% of these grants in less than 30 days. And they didn't even know what DEI meant. So since you want to have a problem with the people who are reporting it, I want you to go find a problem with the people who are suing because of what was done. This is not a propaganda station. See, you could have easily found that out yourself, but you guys are so unintelligent that you want to look at who are you with? ABC? You guys are scum. You guys think that that is effective to keep the truth from being told. See, this station is about facts. Fuck how you feel. Let's continue. Who else is suing?
Language Association. He's a legal deposition for a lawsuit brought by the American Council of Learned Societies, the American History Association, and the Modern Language Association.
Modern Language Association. Let's see who they are. Let's see who they are. Let me find it. Since we Modern Language Association. Building community, advancing knowledge. Teaching in time. Oh, I see a brown man. I see a black woman. Um so let me see. I don't see a mission statement. For over 100 years, the Modern Language Association and its members have worked to strengthen the study and teaching of languages, literatures, and the humanities. Learn more. Let's learn more about us. In addition, let me enlarge this. I apologize. It's hard for me to strain to read this. In addition to hosting an annual convention and sustaining one of the finest publishing programs in the humanities, the MLA is a leading advocate for the study and teaching of languages, literatures, and serves as a clearinghouse for professional resources for teachers and scholars. Visit the sections below to find out more about the MLA's mission and governance of how to get in touch with us. About MLA, founded in 1883, Modern Language Association of America has worked for more than a century to strengthen the study of teaching and languages and literatures. Learn more about what we do. Contact, employment, governance. Support the MLA. Related organizations: Association of Departments of English, Association of Language Department, Allied Organizations, Regional Modern Language Association. So okay. So we clear on this is not no left-leaning media. It's a left-leaning think tank. Are we clear? Can we get to the facts? You still disgruntled?
Who have been accusing Doge of sent him up the old chain to get canceled under Trump's executive order, or EO, as you're going to hear him call it. Mr. Fox had to sit for a legal deposition for a lawsuit brought by the American Council of Learned Societies, the American History Association, and the Modern Language Association, who had been accusing Doge of using AI, not humans, to flag these grants awarded to them by the NEH. So the lawyer asked the human in charge, what is DEI, and what followed is truly jaw-dropping.
How do you interpret DEI?
There was the EO explicitly laid out. The details, I don't remember it off the top of my head.
It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding of it.
Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay. So can you...
I don't remember.
Is spelled out in the EO. I don't explicitly remember what was laid out in the EO. You just cut millions, if not billions of dollars. But you can't remember what the order and what would be the criteria in which you cut this money from the government. You don't know the criteria? You don't know what your job outlined you to do and why you were to do it? Oh, okay.
So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding?
So right now, do you have an understanding what DEI is? Yes, I do. Well, what is DEI? Very simple question.
I guess you sit here today for your understanding of it.
Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay, so can you...
I don't remember what was in the EO.
So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding as you sit here today in this deposition?
Well, it was exactly what was written in the EO. And so anytime that we would look at a grant through the lens of complying with an executive order, we would just refer back to the EO and assess if this grant had relation to it.
Okay, but I guess I'm stepping back from your methodology strictly in terminating the grants, do you have an understanding as you sit here today of what DEI means?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your understanding of what it means?
Well, it is exactly what was written in the EO.
So that's either the dumbest answer to a question I've ever heard or the most philosophical.
Okay. So this dimmest bulb in the chat says, it's because it isn't neutral. It takes things out of context. Why not use neutral sources? Was that deposition neutral enough for you? I use whatever source I choose to. Why don't you go start your show and use the sources that you would like to be used? Was that deposition, the actual deposition, neutral enough for you? Oh, let's continue.
I mean, the answer is exactly what the answer says it is. Who am I to define what the answer is? Oh. Wait, no. Now that I think about it, it's definitely the dumbest fucking answer ever. Oh, but wait. Somehow it gets worse.
Why is a documentary about Holocaust survivors DEI?
Objection.
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females during the Holocaust.
And you believe that that's inherently discriminatory?
I'm just saying that's what it's focused on.
Sure.
But this is related to DEI.
Right. But you just used the term inherently discriminatory. What did you mean by that?
It's focusing on DEI principles, gender being one of them.
So a documentary that's about women would be DEI.
Objection.
Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. So tell me why what I just said isn't DEI, but what you just said is DEI.
Objection.
It's a Jewish, specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture. It's inherently related to DEI.
Okay, so it's not discriminatory because it was focused on women. It's discriminatory because it was focused on Jewish women. Isn't that anti-Semitic? So you mean to tell me that Doge was in their offices discriminating against Jewish women specifically? Not just women, Jewish women? Isn't that all of this anti-Semitic bullshit that this administration has been saying that everyone else is throwing people out of college, locking college students up for papers that they have written, opinions that they have shared in their papers in support of the Palestinian people, calling these students anti-Semitic, but they are clawing back grant money from people who are exposing you to a position, a lived experience of Jewish women, and that's not anti-Semitic. I'm curious. Why are you so quiet now, Derek Gordon? Derek Gordon, you have nothing to say now? Who's biased now, Derek Gordon? Derek Gordon, why do you have nothing to say about biases now? Huh? Why are you so quiet, Derek Gordon? You don't have anything to say about biases? Now that you want to hear something played that is not biased, I played the deposition. Do you see the biases in this deposition? Of course not. Of course not. You want to blame the messenger and while you ignore the message. But I'm not doing that, Derek Gordon. Let's continue.
those reasons.
I mean, wow, he gave that answer under oath. It's DEI to talk about the Holocaust because it focuses on women. So not only does he not know what DEI is, but apparently he doesn't know what the fucking Holocaust is. And again, this man was in charge of flagging DEI grants for termination. I'm not a lawyer, but I think someone's about to lose that case. Perhaps Doe should have put a smart black woman in charge of that initiative, because now they're going to waste even more of our tax dollars settling that lawsuit. But hey, this is what America voted for.
Programs like this are designed to make sure every American is represented when we are making policy in the federal government. And now I'm so worried for so many communities who are now going to lose a voice at the table.
Just 34% of Americans in our CBS News poll said Trump should end DEI programs, but 64% of his supporters back the move. Trump is also encouraging the private sector to eliminate diversity initiatives, following McDonald's, Meta, and other big companies that have already rolled them back.
Yep, most Americans don't even want these cuts, but most mega types do, because somebody has convinced them that DEI means unqualified people are getting jobs that more qualified people should be doing. Yet why didn't any of these maggots freak out when Melania Trump...
Well, surely Doge is a DEI position. If that is the only qualification for DEI, all of the Doge people were DEI hires. But there's more.
Trump was recently given a job that she was definitely not qualified.
Hear any BS about DEI again. On March the 2nd, First Lady Melania Trump chaired a meeting at the United Nations Security Council. This is the first time a First Lady of any country chaired an official meeting at the United Nations. So I think now is a great time to review the resumes of some previous American First Ladies. Dr. Jill Biden has a doctorate of education from the University of Delaware. Michelle Obama is a graduate of Princeton University and Harvard Law School. Before her husband became president, she worked at a major law firm and was an associate dean at the University of Chicago. Laura Bush is a graduate of Southern Methodist University and has a master's degree from the University of Texas. Before George W. became president, she was an educator and a librarian. And finally, Hillary Clinton. And we all know her resume, but before Bill Clinton was president, she was a Wellesley graduate with a law degree from Yale. And she was a partner at a law firm when her husband became Arkansas governor. Now, none of these first ladies ever chaired United Nations. Melania Trump, on the other hand, attended a college in Slovenia for a few months before dropping out to pursue a modeling career. Now, the purpose of this video is not to criticize the First Lady. That's not my style, but it's to make a deeper point. These attacks on DEI are nothing but a smokescreen. It was never about merit. DEI has always been about making sure that qualified people are not overlooked because of the community they come from or whether they have the right connections. People who criticize DEI are not trying to build a meritocracy. They're trying to ensure that those in power stay in power and nothing more. The pendulum will swing back towards valuing diversity. And when it does, you're going to want to be recognized as someone who is always on the right side of history.
And that is our goal right here, to be on the right side of history.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. But there's more. There is more I would like to share with you on these depositions. Bear with me. Let's get back to some more of these depositions. And well, let's take the news reporter out of the depositions. Let's just play the raw depositions. Maybe they'll sound different. Maybe they'll sound better if I just play the straight up raw depositions. Shall I? Where is it? Where is it? Is it here? No, it's not there. Let me find it. 1 second. Let's play the raw depositions when they just get in the room and go at it. Oh, and there's another person that was deposed as well. I'm sure you guys will enjoy. Where are they? Oh, I apologize. Here we are. Here we are.
How do you interpret DEI?
There was the EO explicitly laid out.
I just had to make sure I was sharing this with you guys. Okay, here we go.
The detail.
Remember, EO is the executive order. How do you explain DEI? Is the question.
How do you interpret DEI?
There was the EO explicitly laid out. The details, I don't remember it off the top of my head.
It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding of it.
Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay. So can you...
I don't remember what was in the EO.
So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your understanding as you sit here today in this deposition?
Well, it was exactly what was written in the EO. And so anytime that we would look at a grant through the lens of complying with an executive order, we would just refer back to the EO and assess if this grant had relation.
You can't independently recall what was in the EO, but you were tasked with going through grants, and every time you saw something that the grant did, you couldn't remember independently what the EO said. You had to always go back to the EO. So we had dummies with no memory capabilities of even learning the task of what they should have been looking for. So every time they saw something that the organization did, they had to refer back to the EO because they independently couldn't remember what the EO said that they should be looking for in the fucking paperwork in the first place for these grants. That make sense. Is America great again yet? These are people who they gave free reign to all of government, all of the treasury records, everything. These people. These were the people that they told you were the best of the best. These people.
To it.
Okay. But I guess stepping back from your methodology strictly in terminating the grants, do you have an understanding as you sit here today of what DEI means?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your understanding of what it means?
Well, it is exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay, so
and I don't have the EO in front of me, but that was we would always reference back to the EO and make sure that this grant was in compliance with the EO.
I understand that. Okay, but I'm not asking necessarily about what was in the EO. I'm asking very specifically about your present understanding of what of DEI. Do you have a present understanding of DEI?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain what that present understanding is?
Well, it's just easier for me to be referencing back to the EO.
Are you refusing to answer the question?
I'm not refusing to answer the question.
Okay.
I just feel that referencing back to the verbatim executive order was the best way for us to capture all of the...
Did you get this? Do you get this? Yes, he's refusing to answer the question because they know exactly they didn't give a fuck. All they were doing was clawing back money, and he has no answer to why he clawed back this money. Now, the question is, all of these people who was given all this free access, all of these people who had clawed back money that Congress had already approved to be spent on these grants, on these agencies, do you think that all of these little smart little Doge boys picked the pockets of the American people while at it? Since they were giving free reign and everything, and they were putting information on unsecure servers, could they have did a little pocket pitching and put that under a unsecure server and hid it away? Understanding that most of these Doge guys were allegedly what do you call it? Hackers. Let's continue.
DEI language, and so I think giving a high level overview of what I could relay as DEI is not going to do justice what was written in the EO.
And that's okay. We can look at the EO as well.
Great.
I'm asking you this is a deposition. I'm asking you questions. You're under oath, so you're required to answer them. So what is your understanding of what DEI means?
Well, I think I would say, again, that I would go back to the EO to make sure I'm capturing enough. I don't feel comfortable saying a high level overview because it is such a big bucket and there's just a lot of pieces of the puzzle.
What's a part of the bucket?
Gender fluidity, sort of promoting promoting subsets of LGBTQ plus that might alienate another part of a community. Again, it was just easier for us to reference back into the EO.
Okay, so...
And I don't want to give you a broad...
These are the brainchilds that had access to all of your government information. But at least they're not black or brown people. I guess we should take it as they are highly intelligent because these are not black or brown people. I don't think most of them finished college either. Kind of real unlike the government workers who lost their jobs behind these people who have not finished colleges themselves. But they want you to believe because they tell you that these are highly intelligent people. And people who actually did the work, progress through life, finished college, stayed on their jobs and advanced in their position, lost their jobs because of these numbnuts.
Overview, because it's like, at the end of the day, it is capturing, it is all encompassing in the EO. It's how we did our methodology.
Right. Do you always refer to EOs to gain an understanding of words used in your typical daily vernacular?
Objection.
What do you mean?
You say that you have an understanding of what DEI means, and when I ask you, you say you need to reference the EO. Do you need to reference EOs to define every word you use in your everyday life?
Objection.
No. Okay.
Oh, you see the look on his face? Oh, because you realize that he realized how stupid you sound, how stupid this answer is. You thought that you were doing it. You thought that you were outsmarting him by this word salad. And when he asks you that question, do you need to reference every word that you use in your everyday life? Like you need to go back to reference something when I ask you what DEI is? Do you need to reference something in every day words that you live in your life, use in your life? And now he had look at the face. Look at the face. Oh, I guess I did sound dumb, huh? Oh.
EO. It's how we did our methodology.
Right. Do you always refer to EOs to gain an understanding of words used in your typical daily vernacular?
Objection.
What do you mean?
You say that you have an understanding of what DEI means, and when I ask you, you say you need to reference the EO. Do you need to reference EOs to define every word you use in your everyday life?
Objection.
No. Okay. So what's stopping you from defining DEI to your understanding as you sit here today on January 28th, 2026.
It wouldn't be capturing enough of how big the topic is. DEI is a very broad structure.
Abroad is not specific.
Somehow it got even worse than Justin Fox and his lack of understanding for DEI.
Now, that was Justin Fox. So how did it get worse than Justin Fox? Let's see. Let's find out, shall we? That was Justin Fox we just watched.
Let's move on to Nathan Kavanaugh, because what he was taking part in was even more illegal.
So earlier we talked about some of your communications with Mr. Davis, including, in the context of you emailing yourself, I think you were saying, and then using that email on Signal to send to Mr. Davis. Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Robinson earlier?
I do.
Okay. Walk me through that process exactly.
There was a weekly scorecard, as it was called.
So this is illegal. He's taking things off government servers that will not allow him to put the information directly on Signal. So he emails the information to himself, and then from his email, he does what? He puts it on Signal, the thing that the government server will not allow, and he is well aware that he is not supposed to put government information on Signal, but he finds a way to do it anyway. And he's not in jail. And he worked for the Social Security Administration, and he's not in jail. He's not being prosecuted. These are a suit. The lawsuit he's being deposed for is for these entities to get their grant money back. These are not criminal depositions. Why isn't he sitting before a criminal deposition is the question.
Where we reported on
Using that email on Signal to send to Mr. Davis. Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Robinson?
No.
Was even more illegal.
So earlier we talked about some of your communications with Mr. Davis, including,
all of these deposition clips are in my description box under Doge Dummies.
Context of you emailing yourself, I think you were saying, and then using that email on Signal to send to Mr. Davis. Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Robinson earlier?
I do.
Okay. Walk me through that process exactly.
There was a weekly scorecard, as it was called, where we reported on savings across each agency. It was black text in an Excel spreadsheet file that was downloaded. Steve preferred that to be sent over Signal. Signal is not on a government device, so we downloaded it and sent it to Steve on Signal. Okay. That was the extent of.
So Mr. Davis was not on a government device?
I don't know if he was on a government device or not. I know he preferred to receive the scorecard on Signal.
Steve Davis, Elon Musk's right-hand man who was put in charge of this whole Doge thing on the ground, even though Elon Musk's name was attached to it above hand. That is before Musk was in, the White House standing next to Donald Trump with his stupid hat on every day and sunglasses dictating what Trump should be doing. What we didn't know is that Steve Davis, who had been working with Musk, I believe when he was a part of taking over Twitter and all these other things, was put in charge. And he was part of the overseer that told Nathan Kavanaugh, again, I'm going to be your excuse as to reasons why you can later, if we ever get busted, say, I was just following orders. And the orders that he was following had to do with stealing information, uploading it to, again, that Signal chat. We've heard about that when it comes to the way Pete Hegseth and the military was sharing classified information, again, via a Signal chat. PBS talked about what it is that was going on, though, in better detail than I could tell you.
The Social Security Administration now says members of Elon Musk's Doge team working at the agency last year accessed and shared sensitive data. In a court filing earlier this month, the Trump administration amended what it had previously disclosed, writing that one DOJ employee at SSA signed an agreement with an unnamed political advocacy group to analyze voter rolls to, quote, find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states. In another instance, a DOJ member shared personally identifiable information of 1,000 people in an encrypted email attachment, though the government says they aren't sure what specifically was shared or whether it was accessed. And SSA also said DOJ shared data on third-party cloud servers that are, quote, outside SSA's security protocols, so the agency doesn't know what information was shared or if it still exists on the server.
As they shared all of our personal information to who knows, and also to what kind of unsecured locations for anyone else that they didn't even mean to share it with happened, we're just supposed to move on and be like, waste, fraud, and abuse, waste, fraud, and abuse. You notice every time these politicians that were covering for this, talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, every time it was to cover up for these illegal activities. So how much of our social security information, personal information, parental information, home information, living information, employee information, everything about you based off of your social security number has not been given to these fucking idiots like these guys who have no idea what they're talking about except to say, I was just following orders.
Why did you email something to yourself first before sending it to Mr. Davis?
There was no other way to get the scorecard that we generated to Steve on Signal.
Okay. You can go directly from your government email to Signal?
Correct.
Why not?
I don't think GSA allowed the downloading of Signal, among many other apps.
So GSA didn't allow the downloading of Signal? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. But you then sidestep that by sending documents to your personal phone so that you could then use Signal?
For the weekly scorecard, that was the process, yes.
And that didn't set any alarms about whether or not you should be using Signal to do government work? The fact that GSA didn't let you use Signal on your phone?
GSA didn't let you use a myriad of softwares that would have been common in a standard business. And so I don't know if Signal is representative of, I don't think Signal is a unique case, frankly. There are dozens of apps that weren't allowed on a government device.
You can tell the Kavanaugh here is trying to avoid answering the question about, which would show that he knew the reasons why, as he's putting things on his cell phone, then onto Signal, and maybe thumb drives to then access information to some other overlord above him, that he knew it was wrong. He's trying to cover his ass. I mean, that's what people do in depositions. But I want to mention something here with this whistleblower. He was on that same PBS story there, which mentioned all this. And he gave very specific instances of what it is that was accessed, the three main things he was concerned about that was accessed and was shared without any of our knowledge.
I'll be honest, I was pretty disappointed. This is a situation where the public loses. My disclosure essentially outlined three concerns that I had. The first was that DOJ employees had inappropriate access to our data. The second was that they violated a temporary restraining order. And that the third was that they had uploaded sensitive social security data to a cloud server without adequate security controls. In all three of those instances, the public's data is at risk. So to have validation of those first two concerns is disappointing, especially in light of the fact that these could have been investigated and uncovered months ago.
And we know the reasons why that didn't happen, which I'm also going to get to in better detail. There was a broad.
Who is my source? PBS. Is that good enough for you to hear a whistleblower who blew the whistle on this whole Doge scam? Is the whistleblower's words enough on PBS? Oh, is that a PBS a biased leftist leaning think tank, as you said? Like you said, what was it? I can't even remember. I think it was One America. So is that what PBS is as well? I think he ran. I haven't seen him since I started playing these depositions. Okay, let me continue.
A general overview that the PBS intro gave there about the things that they were doing. But it got even worse. I dug a little deeper into a breakdown of the Washington Post article that, again, it was referencing the whistleblower that came out last year and nothing was done for the last 6 to 8 months because they don't want anything done behind it, because this is what they were up to. That former employee of Musk's Doge reportedly stole Americans' personal data from the U.S. Social Security Administration and stored it then on a thumb drive. That's according to that whistleblower. The former Doge software engineer told coworkers, this is how he went about it. Now he's trying to cover his ass. I'm not sure if this guy was the one or if it was the the Kavanaugh guy we've been talking to, because there was multiple unknown anonymous guys. But still, this former Doge software engineer told coworkers at his new job that he possessed 2 tightly restricted databases of U.S. citizens' information and was planning to use that information at his new company. So not only do you have access to stealing information within our federal government at the behest of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but then you take it to other private companies that you work at later and brag about it. It continued. That former Doge employee, whom the Washington Post didn't name, worked at the Social Security Administration just last year. In October, he then left to work at a government contractor where he told colleagues that he had obtained those 2 databases called Numident and the Master Death File. Okay. So these records are more than 500 million living and dead Americans, including social security numbers that they may have had, places and dates of birth, citizenship, race and ethnicity, and parents' names. The man also reportedly claimed that he had previously had unrestricted, quote, God-level access to the Social Security Administration's systems. Imagine if one
God-level access. Do you feel secure? Is America great again? Let's see. What else?
enough yet about what is that they still have access to. It's the latest case of a suspected breach of Americans' personal data linked to Doge and its incursion into the SSA. And in January, those 2 members.
So why isn't your for-profit media telling you about this? Why isn't your for-profit media, these sitting suits that get paid millions of dollars a year, telling you what's really going on?
Were suspected of accessing and sharing that information. And the last part of this is that they were off limits to them as part of an effort to aid in an advocacy group that intended to overturn election results in certain states. Is overturning election results that Donald Trump lost, or overturning election results for potential future elections that Donald Trump doesn't want to lose, are those things part of waste, fraud, and abuse? Maybe every Republican senator and congressman and governor and whoever else came out backing this should answer the question of, what does this have to do with waste, fraud, and abuse? Because I kept hearing them talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. And we knew every time they talked about it, it was a talking point that was fed to them so they could continue to keep people quiet, or maybe to let us argue of what's really waste, fraud, and abuse.
That link is in my description box under Doge Dummies. Let me see. Let's see the whistleblower report.
Since President Trump re-entered the Oval.
This is the when the whistleblower first came out.
Office, billionaire Elon Musk and his Doge team have been sweeping through federal agencies, accessing sensitive data as part of the effort to scale back the size of government. We're getting new information about the scope of that access at one independent federal agency, that's the National Labor Relations Board, which protects workers' rights to organize and investigates unfair labor practices. A whistleblower complaint filed by an IT staffer at the NLRB claims that Doge gained access to closely guarded data, including case files, and that could have led directly to a, quote, significant cybersecurity breach. That whistleblower, Daniel Baroulis, joins me now along with his lawyer, Andrew Buckeye. Welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So Daniel, let's just start with you. You had been at the agency for about under a year or so. It was about early March when the Doge team arrived at the headquarters. When and how did you notice that something wasn't right? Something was going on?
Sure. I was doing metrics review, kind of looking around, trying to do optimization of our own, because we're always trying to save money. And we were identifying different things, and we noticed something that was off. Me and a couple of different people noticed different points, but it kind of added up to a bigger picture. They're called indicators of compromise in the private sector. And so when I noticed these indicators, red flags went off in my head, and I said, something's up here. So I investigated further at that point.
And what did you find as you investigated further? What was happening to the data that you saw?
Sure. At first, I didn't have a good picture, so I started to try to rule out possibilities of what benign could have caused these large exfiltration of data, could cause these large spikes of internal transfers.
Exfiltration of data, to be clear,
Sure.
you saw a large amount of data being moved out of the NLRB system. Is that right?
That's correct. Leaving a network interface that faces towards the public internet, something that would only occur if you were to transfer a file outside of our secure system.
And that caught your attention. Why? I'm assuming that kind of thing doesn't usually happen.
It was very abnormal. There's a 200 or 300% increase in that time period as to what normal baseline is. So that's definitely unusual and warranted more investigation.
And in the affidavit, you say that you detected the removal of 10 gigabytes worth of data. Do you have any idea what kind of data we're talking about? Why this would cause concern?
Sure. So what that data spike correlated with was data that was transferred off of an internal record-keeping device that was only used for internal case data. So this system only has the private information about union organizers, the privileged business proprietary technologies, competitors, those kind of things are in that system only. There's no other data, there's nothing else except that. So that correlated data spike lined up at the exact time window and the same amount. And so that's what we can determine was taken, was data out of that system particularly.
So Andrew, the White House responded to our request with a statement about this, and they said, quote, it's months old news that President Trump signed an executive order to hire DOJ employees at agencies and coordinate data sharing. Their highly qualified team has been extremely public and transparent in its efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse across the executive branch, including the NLRB. So Andrew, they're arguing this is all part of their work that they're doing to cut waste, fraud, and abuse.
If the administration is taking the position that having data exfiltrated out of the United States government and potentially into other nation states, if that's about efficiency and effectiveness for the nation, it doesn't make any sense. Within 15 minutes of DOJ engineers creating accounts, usernames and passwords within internal systems within DOJ, within 15 minutes of the creation of those accounts, somebody or something from Russia tried to log in with all of the right credentials, meaning they had the right usernames and the right passwords. And the question is, how do they get that and why? The second question that I have is that why is it that from what Dan has seen, as well as others, because we have spoken to other individuals who are able to corroborate this, which is that some of the data is also using Starlink as a backdoor. And that's another way to get data out of internal databases within agencies. And Starlink has now direct access where information is likely, and we believe is funneled directly into Russia.
So let me ask you, based on the evidence you've seen, do you have a view about why the DOJ team would have been accessing and exfiltrating, sending out all of this data?
That I don't know. I don't want to speculate as to the why, because there are so many questions that would, subsequent questions that would lead to.
Yeah.
But that certainly is the questions, why are they doing this? Now, part of it may be, there's a component where this could be intentional. There's also a component where this is simply sloppiness. I mean, another thing that we have seen within databases within the government, as Dan will be able to talk about, is that internal databases throughout the government have been opened to the open internet.
That's the key. Is these are not just my agency, these are Department of Treasury, these are Department of Energy, Department of Defense. So these are the critical systems that those agencies use that basically turn on the porch light for other foreign nation states to come on in.
And I need to ask you as well, Daniel, because Mr. Musk's own companies have faced complaints at the NLRB. We know he brought just last year a case to federal court, basically arguing that the agency structure was unconstitutional, arguing it shouldn't exist in the first place. Is there any way of knowing if the DOJ team accessed any information related to cases about Elon Musk?
One of the frustrating things about this is there's been roadblocks introduced along the way. One of the things I don't have is access to that level of data. Those logs and records of what was accessed during that time are missing, and just coincidentally missing after the data spike incident. No other period of time is missing except that small window.
Missing from your view? Would you know if other people have access to that?
They were deleted entirely.
You were able to confirm that?
Yes. I had another 8. Yes, absolutely.
Another key point to your question is that, the data that was flying out of NLRB was case-related data. It was their internal case management system. So given the fact that, an entire libraries or an entire encyclopedia worth of information has been flying out, is it plausible that would include any of Elon Musk's corporate information? It's very possible.
These are all
we don't
questions
know.
you still have that
Correct.
we don't have answers
We
to.
don't have answers to that.
Can I ask you, Dan, big picture, was it an easy decision to come forward, to say this publicly, to get a lawyer, to be a whistleblower? Why decide to do that?
It was never a question whether or not.
It was never a question that they were doing this. It was never a question that this would be the result of having these people. We don't even know if these people were drug tests. We don't even know if they were background check. We don't know if they had gone through any of the ordinary hiring processes. But we know they stole information. And what we do know that is Pam Bimbo has no criminal investigation into these people.
The Social Security Administration now says members of Elon Musk's Doge team working at the agency last year accessed and shared sensitive data. In a court filing earlier this month, the Trump administration amended what it had previously disclosed, writing that.
So the Trump administration amended what it had previously disclosed. They came back and they they corrected the lie that they told you the first time. It's all this is saying. They had lied to you the first time, so they wanted to correct this before any criminal charges could be brought. Do you think that's the only lie that you told? They had to come back and correct this filing.
One Doge employee at SSA signed an agreement with an unnamed political advocacy group to analyze voter rolls to, quote, find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states.
One Doge employee signed. Now, these are the brightest of the bright, but they actually signed an agreement to share your Social Security data, where they can get voting data from to give to an advocacy group that is not mentioned to try to overturn the election results of 2020 in certain states. Would they be of these swing states that 45, 47 has come out last month or this last month and said that he's going to there's some big news about one of the swing states that people want to hear. Is this what Doge was up to? Trying to say that there was voter fraud in certain states? Now, 4547 has hinted at that as his cause for wanting to enact this SAVE Act, another voting suppression apparatus that 4547 wants to use in these midterm elections, because he knows that he is very unpopular, as are his MAGA Republicans who are in the House and in the Senate. The thing that he needs to save for himself. Not for you, but for himself.
In another instance, a Doge member shared personally identifiable information of 1,000 people in an encrypted email attachment, though the government says they aren't sure what specifically was shared or whether it was accessed. And SSA also said Doge shared data on third-party cloud servers.
They don't know what was shared or if it was accessed. 1,000 people. They don't know the people. They don't know what that was shared about the people, or if whoever they shared it with, if they ever opened it up. Really? What do you think? But what do you think? You don't know. I don't know if it was. I don't know who it was shared on. I don't even know if they accessed what was shared. What do you think, though?
that are, quote, outside SSA's security protocols, so the agency doesn't know what information was shared or if it still exists on the server. The latest disclosures seem to confirm some key concerns first raised in a whistleblower complaint last summer.
Isn't it curious how after the whistleblower came out with his information, they came back and corrected the filings on their paperwork? Wouldn't that be illegal? Wouldn't that be criminal? Wouldn't that be criminal? Government Accountability Project. They had to go back and correct some things. They had to go back and cover their lies because a whistleblower came out.
Filed by the agency's chief data officer. That whistleblower, Chuck Borges, involuntarily resigned from government in August and filed a retaliation complaint late last year. I spoke with him earlier alongside his lawyer, Deborah Katz. Welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So, Chuck, before we get into the details, these new details, this new filing rather, confirms what first you shared when.
And I understand this is a different government employee. He involuntarily resigned. He had to resign to protect himself. Isn't this a criminal? He had to quit his job because he told the truth. I thought, what happened to that agency that protected whistleblowers? Oh, Elon Musk got rid of that agency. That's why this man, after blowing the whistle on your government, had to leave his jobs because they were harassing him. He was afraid to go to work after blowing the whistle on people stealing your social security data that were not supposed to have your social security data, and they're out here selling your social security data, but they are not being investigated for the crime that is. But he got to quit his job. And the Elon Musk conveniently got rid of the agency that would protect whistleblowers. Is America great again yet?
You came forward in your whistleblower complaint months ago. What did you think when you saw all this, especially after months of government denials?
I'll be honest, I was pretty disappointed. This is a situation where the public loses. My disclosure essentially outlined three concerns that I had. The first was that Doge employees had inappropriate access to our data. The second was that they violated a temporary restraining order. And that the third was that they had uploaded sensitive social security data to a cloud server without adequate security controls. In all three of those instances, the public state is at risk. So to have validation of those first two concerns is disappointing, especially in light of the fact that these could have been investigated and uncovered months ago.
Well, speaking to that timeline, Deborah, the court filing was on January 16. There were a number of corrections to the previous testimony from agency officials. What's your understanding of why it took so long for the government to correct those previous testimonies?
Because the government's not telling us the truth. I still don't think we know the full story. The allegations that Mr. Borges raised are quite serious. And he raised them with the federal agency that is responsible, Office of Special Counsel, for investigating his disclosures. And rather than investigating it, they've kicked it to a different agency. In terms of his retaliation claims, they haven't investigated it at all. So we have a situation in a very real sense where the fox is guarding the hen house.
Let's talk about what's at stake here. Chuck, you mentioned in some of the details of what you came forward to share. Broadly speaking, what are the dangers, as you see them, of sharing that kind of personal data on a cloud server?
Right. So social security data is your most sensitive personal information. It's the information that's on your birth certificate. So, when you apply for a mortgage and you have to answer security questions, and it's what's your mother's maiden name and what's your place of birth and what's your father's middle name. All of that information is held resident at Social Security. Mm-hmm. So to put that personally identifiable information that can be used to propagate identity theft, mortgage fraud, steal small business loans, impersonate dead people into an environment where it could be downloaded or accessed inappropriately or stolen or shared. It's a risk to literally every single living and dead American's ability to have a daily life.
We should point out we don't know what was on the cloud server, correct?
So my disclosure pretty specifically alleges that a database called the Numident, which is the master database of your personal information, was uploaded to an AWS cloud environment. Now, that is different from the court filing last week, which resided around specific data access for specific Doge employees. But if those first two things that I alleged were correct, I'm very concerned about the third one, especially when you're normally protecting data, it is very easy to produce documentation that shows that the data has been safe and secure all along.
Let me try to square some of the information
Sure.
we've seen out there now, because when you came forward, you warned the personal information of some 300 million Americans could be at risk. The government in their filing says information from 1,000 people was shared on email. Do you believe it could be limited to just 1,000?
No.
Okay, so there we are at the 1,000. Your government came out and said 1,000 people, but we can't say if it's has even been accessed. And come to find out that the master database that they had the information of 300 million American people, and you haven't heard a blip about this in the national media that is on 24/7 around the clock. You have not heard about any investigation. These are lawsuits. These are not criminal lawsuits. These are lawsuits to recap money. Understand, you haven't heard anything about any lawsuit that has not any suit, criminal lawsuit is what I mean. You haven't heard about any criminal lawsuit. And we do understand that what we are hearing is criminal behavior. No investigations. Going back and changing your paperwork to state the obvious after whistleblowers came out. What? Nobody's concerned about any of this? Do you understand why these people have no shame in just looting the treasure, sending 5,000 I think it was Marines over to Iran, talking about putting boots on the ground, so you can pay attention to this fake ass war that they're raging for absolute no reason that they can tell you about, but your news media wants to carry the fucking water of these flimsy ass reasons why they went to a war with Iran and getting their ass beat is what they not telling you. They're getting their ass beat so badly that they are telling other nations, well, you guys should come and help us clear the Strait of Hormuz, because you guys get oil there too. You know, it helps you guys out too. Yeah, but motherfucker, they didn't strike Iran. You struck Iran. Now you want the help from the people who you said that were taking advantage of U.S. So therefore you was going to have to put tariffs on it, and you changed the tariff willy-nilly depending on how you felt and all of this dumb shit. But no, nobody's paying attention to the real important shit. As these billionaires continue to get richer, as they continue to try to plot and scheme ways of how to further take the power of your election away from you, take the right of you being able to vote away from you. You don't hear nothing about this. You hear a whole lot of bullshit about a whole lot of dumb shit that is going to more than likely get who killed. It ain't going to get these billionaires killed, because I told you 2 or 3 years ago about all of these billionaire bunkers that they have all over the world, many of that are in Germany and places like that. There was a report that it is possible that Netanyahu was in Germany, It is also possible that he is in a, a high-end bunkers that can give you fresh air, fresh water for 30 years. This is what these billionaires are building. Do you think they give a fuck about anything that is going on? Because they're gonna be okay. They have rooms, unlike the humanitarian society that Doge took all the money for, so they can't get air conditioning done in museums to make sure the pieces are not ruined by the temperature if something goes wrong with the HVAC. These motherfuckers have systems in their motherfucking underground bunker that will keep their wine at a certain temperature and keep their artwork at a certain temperature, so their personal artwork won't be degraded if they have to stay in a bunker for 30 years. So do you think they give a fuck about you? As they took the money out of humanitarian, so that will preserve history so you can go learn it and see it for yourself. No, they don't give a fuck. All the fucking history, all the artwork and the shit is in their personal caches. They give a fuck about what you do, what you see, because they want to make it easier for you to die. That's why they're not doing anything about health care. What do you think? Why? When have you heard anything else about healthcare? But you hear them spending $1 billion a day for a war that they have not told you any sensible reason that they decided to start with Iran. And y'all don't understand that you are not in the big picture. You are not in consideration for anything. Why would they consider you? Because you're too caught up in dumb shit and bullshit and don't give a shit about what's really going on in the real world. And when you find out, it's going to be a little too late. Let me finish this.
There's no way.
No.
And why not?
So again, my disclosure outlined a pattern of bad behavior. This court filing validates the first two pieces of that puzzle. The third piece has not yet been validated or refuted yet with any documentation. But if the first two allegations are correct, I'm very concerned about the third. As far as the 300 million, that was just initial news reporting. That database houses personal information, as I understand it, on all living and dead Americans. So this is a real risk to everybody.
Deborah, there's also this other piece of it we reported on where Doge employees were alleged to have secretly been in contact with a political advocacy group, part of an effort, as we know now, seeking voter information and personal information there. Those employees, we understand, have now been referred to a federal watchdog group to see if they violated the Hatch Act, which would bar government employees from using their job for political activity. What do you know about that probe?
Scott Truth, be sure to hit the like button on your way out, you bitch ass motherfucker. Okay, let's continue.
Do you trust that there'll be accountability there?
I trust there will be no accountability there. In fact, when members of this administration have been found guilty of violating the Hatch Act, there's no consequences, none at all. The Hatch Act is, there are no criminal penalties. If this has happened, these are criminal violations and they need to be fully investigated and these people need to be prosecuted. And there needs to be a complete, thorough investigation to see the extent of this. And I believe, as Mr. Borges just said, it's far greater than the 1,000 documents that they acknowledge, 1,000 people that they acknowledge are at risk.
1,000 is a far cry from the 300 million that you think could be
potentially
at risk here. So can Americans know, can they be sure that their data has not been compromised?
They can't be sure until the agency releases documentation that proves or refutes my allegations one way or the other. To date, they have released zero. As a matter of fact, if I recall right, one of the people involved...
And they're not pressed to release zero. They can That they can assure you, they don't give a fuck. They don't even care to assure you. They said, yeah, we took the information and what? And what? That's what they said.
Involved in the investigation into my concerns was one of the people named in the disclosure.
We also need to disclose here for our audience's benefit, you are now running for office.
I am, correct.
You're running for a Maryland State Senate seat.
I am.
Tell us why.
I had a very good job at a very high agency. I walked away from that to do the right thing. Now I see the challenges we have at the federal level. I see them replicated at the local level. I want to fix where I live. I want to be a leader that will do the right thing rather than what's politically expedient. And I want to solve people's problems and replace leadership that, quite frankly, doesn't have the imagination, the initiative, and in some cases, the moral integrity to do it.
We've talked to a number of other whistleblowers from various agencies who talked about harassment, backlash after they come forward. Did you see any of that? Do you have any message for people who are still working in the government?
I do. I did not receive any political retaliation. There were some legal back and forth at the time, which I've never had a lawyer until now, so I'm guessing that's pretty common. But I'm still here. I'm still safe. I'm scared, and I'm sure we're all scared. But you can't let the fear control what you do. If you know something, if you see something, you have a duty to your fellow Americans to step up and find a way to get the truth out there. Let's foster a more transparent government. Let's foster one that protects people. So if you're out there and you're scared, reach out to me, reach out to others, reach out to attorneys who can help you. Let's make sure the American people know what's going on.
Chuck Borges, here with his attorney, Deborah Katz. Thank you both for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And follow.
Okay, now, this is what's going on that is not being talked about in your government. Let's move on. I have a couple more things I would like to share with you before I need to run off. I shared the story about Oracle and their layoffs. At the same time, they invested $300 billion in AI. Let me share this with you, please. 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Why did Trump start the war? Well, most Americans think he started the war to cover up the Epstein scandal. Let's get into this. Drop site news. The link will be in the description box under Why War. Okay. A new poll says the majority of Americans believe Trump launched Iran war to cover up Epstein's scandal. Okay. There has been no shortage of surveys of the American public's attitude towards the war on Iran. The polls have all found broadly the same dynamic. Democrats are strongly opposed, independents lean against, and Republicans are broadly supportive. But all of this polling are done by reputable survey companies and paid for by mainstream media outlets has conspicuously avoided asking tough questions about the motivations behind the war, or at least we found it conspicuous. Nobody, for instance, has surveyed the American public to ask them whether they believe this war was being fought in the interest of the American public or behalf of Israel. And nobody has asked whether Trump launched the war to distract the public from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Indeed, anybody at an American news organization who even suggested asking such a question would would at best never be invited back to the Zoom call. And more likely will find their key card no longer working at the front desk. Doing sophisticated polling that follows best practices is an expensive endeavor, which is why it's usually left to major media with major budgets. But thanks to the generous support of our readers, we decided it's something we can afford to. And we teamed up with friends at Zeteo to split the cost of a national survey of likely American voters, one that allowed us to ask the kinds of questions we're interested in and that we believe you'll be interested in too. We hope to do more of these in the future, particularly if there's reader interest. In fact, one way we gauge that is by looking at how many readers decide to become donors. Okay, so if you like to see us do more of these, vote by upgrading your subscription. Let me see. Where's the poll? A majority of likely American voters believe that Donald Trump launched the war on Iran, at least in part, to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal that had engulfed his presidency, according to a new survey. The survey found a solid 52-40 majority of voters agreed with that statement, with another 8% saying that they are unsure as to his motivations. The findings will come as little surprise to the public. Wait a minute. The findings will come as little surprise to a public that has morphed Trump's code name of the war, Operation Epic Fury, into Operation Epstein Fury. Most voters believe that Trump took military action in Iran to distract from Epstein. Here's the polling: 52-40. Democrats 81% believe that it's likely. Republicans 14% believe this likely. Independents 52% believe that it's likely he did it to deflect from Epstein. Independents 40% believe he did not do it for Epstein. Republicans only 26% believe he did it to get away from the Epstein talk, while 64% of Republicans do not believe that he went into war with Iran to get your mind off of Epstein. So there's the polling. Let me see if there are any more. Belief that Trump is trying to knock Epstein off the front page by going to war with Iran is most strongly held, unsurprisingly, by Democrats. Let me see. Israeli influence. The survey also probed the question of Israeli influence over Trump's decision-making. Americans were split over the question of Trump's loyalty, with 47% saying he's more responsive to the American people than to Israel, and 46% saying he was more responsible to Israel. So it's about even. People don't know if he is responding on behalf of the American people or of Israel, and neither of those answers get a solid 50%. Oh my God. Among independents, a crucial voting bloc that swung the election to Trump have a whole 50% said that Trump prioritizes Israeli interests over America. Among Republicans, 17% said the same thing. Democrats overwhelmingly held that view at 75%. Okay, so let me drop this article in the chat. It will be in the chat for you. No, I'm gonna put it in the description box under poll. I think it's important that you be able to access it just in case I have to edit my video. Okay, it is in the description box under poll. There's something else I want to share with you. What is it? Now, the Iranian prime minister did I think it was, he sat down for one of the Sunday shows. Now, they say that the new supreme leader could be near death. This is what Keg Breath wants you to say. He also said that the Iranian Iranian leaders are in hiding like rats and all of this. When at the same time he was making this statement, the Iranian prime minister was out and about meeting people on the streets of Iran, even during strikes. So let's get into the propaganda that is being shoved down your throats by this administration, the lies and the bullshit that this administration is basically trying to shove down your throats. Let's get into the interview that was said. They're also trying to tell you that, oh, the prime minister, he wants to make a deal. The prime minister said, no, we ain't got no deal. There is no deal that I am going to be making with you. Let me share my link. Let's get into all of the war topics and the lies. There we go. Hold on. That's not it.
You have obviously covered a lot of wars in your adult life as a foreign correspondent. Why? What's the answer?
Here we go.
Liking speak. If you do have questions, stick them in the Zoom chat. I will try and get to them. Obviously, there are hundreds of you. I won't be able to get to all the questions, but I'll try my best. I get the prerogative of asking first, Alex.
If you are not subscribe to Zateo, I suggest you subscribe. Mehdi Hassan does excellent work.
Today. Jeremy, I'm going to kick off with you because I've been seeing a lot of excellent work you've been doing at Dropsite News. I've seen some of the interviews you've been doing. One thing we don't hear on American or
Jeremy Cahill. This is the man on the bottom right. I just read one article from Dropsite News. I also have another article. He does excellent work too. Behind the bombs, new details emerge on Iran's infiltration of Israel. So, you know, how they are infiltrating Israel, and Israel don't want you to know. Dropsite News has a story that I have put aside that I wanted to cover, but let's get back into the tale.
British mainstream media are the voices of doing. Seeing a lot of excellent work you've been doing at Dropsite News. I've seen some of the interviews you've been doing. One thing we don't hear on American or British mainstream media are the voices of our opponents, our adversaries. We don't want to hear from them. They're seen as just irredeemably evil and not worth talking to. You've actually been speaking to people in the Iranian government. I saw your interview with the Deputy Foreign Minister. You've got a piece out this week talking to sources in the Iranian government. So let's just start from an Iranian perspective. What does the Iranian government think is going on right now? What is their strategy, if they have one right now, in terms of defending themselves against two of the strongest countries in the world?
Well, they definitely have a strategy. And in fact, you know, as Donald Trump and his administration are sort of fumbling to come up with a retroactive rationale and justification for launching this war, we had been hearing from sources really over the course of the period between last June, when Israel and the United States launched what they called the 12-day war against Iran, and right up to the eve of the February 28th assassination strike on Ayatollah Khamenei that kicked off this U.S.-Israeli war, that the Iranians were not going to operate in the same way that they have at other times when the U.S. and Israel have attacked them. In the past, as you well know, Mehdi, you've talked about this, the Iranians have choreographed their response to Israeli and American airstrikes through back channels. And they did that because they didn't want to risk a wider war or a regional war. And so typically what would happen is that the Iranians, through intermediaries, would speak to the United States and say, you know, here's the places that we're going to target. And then that ensured that there weren't going to be, for instance, large numbers of American soldiers being killed or civilians being killed. This time, though, they said that they knew if another war was launched, that it was going to be an attempt to decapitate the leadership of the government, and it was going to be an existential war. And so the Iranians created or implemented what they called the Mosaic defense. They understood that probably the supreme leader and senior figures within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps were going to be assassinated in the opening moments of this war. So they delegated command authority further down the chain, and they gave pre-authorization to hit swiftly a bank of targets in both the Persian Gulf and in Israel. And that's why you saw a very, very quick response where the Iranians rained missiles down on Israel and also began a series of attacks against U.S. military installations throughout the Persian Gulf. What I understand from sources, though, Mehdi, is after that first 72-hour period or so, as the Iranian state institutions and leadership began to sort of delegate authority to new leaders and people stepped in the command authority, there started to be a more central strategizing that took place. And for what the last thing I'll say is that the Iranians that I'm talking to right now see the position as this. They understand it's an asymmetric war. They understand that the United States is an overwhelmingly stronger military power. They don't see themselves as having to defeat the United States militarily. What they want to do is inflict enough pain, cause enough problems economically for the United States, but also regionally for the United States among its allies, including all these Gulf countries that cut business deals with Trump, that Jared Kushner's businesses are all wrapped up in. And that their view is they're not going to sign a ceasefire on what they call Trump's terms. So as he looks for an off-ramp right now, it seems, the Iranians are saying, our conditions are not the same as yours, and you don't decide when this war ends. Wars of attrition benefit the less powerful side, and even though the Iranians are taking a massive, massive pounding right now, 1,300 plus civilians killed, certainly conventional military assets wiped out, they believe that they have Trump painting himself into a corner. Time will tell if that's true.
Liking this video? And don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show.
I already did them.
Implemented very successfully. They're very happy with the way they're implementing it. He's not coming in to change anything. His imprint on Iran will actually, for a failed nuclear policy, nuclear doctrine.
Middle East especially. But where do you think, Middle East especially, but where do you, and broaden the conversation a bit. Unfortunately, for the young folks watching, all four of us are old enough to remember the Iraq War, 2003. 23 years ago, a catastrophic illegal invasion. Where does Iran in this current conflict, obviously we're only a couple of weeks in, and it's very hard to kind of do predictions in the Middle East especially, but where do you think, as someone who's covered Iraq and covered Syria, and covered some of these horrific wars in the Middle East, this isn't the first of the 21st century, where do you think this will rank in terms of impact, in terms of consequence?
I think this will make the Iraq war look like a walk in the park. I mean, Iran is 5 times the size of Iraq. It's like the population, 92 million people compared to Iraq. I mean, I remember the invasion of Iraq. I was there. The first time we had...
Okay, I like what she has to say. She is really putting down the information.
Any serious retaliation, it was 5 months within the war. Here, it's immediately. But I think it's very important to mention something that just tied to what Vali said. In the negotiation with North Korea about the nuclear weapon, every time they would talk to Kim Jong-un about giving up his weapon, he was mentioning Libya. The case of Libya. I mean, I think the whole strategy of Netanyahu and Trump that this somehow will curtail or prevent the region from having nukes. I think everybody in the region will think, if we want to stop these two bullies with nukes, who are armed with nukes, we have to access nukes immediately because nobody is safe. I mean, if you watch the Israeli television every night like I do, and you speak Hebrew and understand Hebrew, for the first time, They are literally bragging about trying to dominate the region militarily, submit a region of 400 million people. We didn't have that with the Iraq War. I don't remember during the Iraq War those kind of rhetoric and conversation. I mean, in the Iraq War, you have yes, you have an incompetent people in the White House, but yes, Netanyahu lobbied for this war, but this war is driven by the greater Israel agenda, by these people who blatantly and openly in Israel, on television, on air, talk about annexing Lebanon, annexing the West Bank, but also they are talking about they want an Iran to be not only a war against the regime, a decapitation of the regime, they want in the implosion of the Iranian state. They have no problem to bomb hospitals, schools. They have no problem, bombing even oil facilities, zero problem. And they want that because in their brain, this is one step further for them dominating the region. And I mean, we have two former prime minister and actual prime minister in Israel who are competing for the next election, Naftali Bennett and Netanyahu, who openly talk about the next war. And they're saying Turkey is the new threat. Turkey is the new Iran. I mean, they want forever wars. I don't think we had this with the Iraq war. Somehow, yes, we saw some kind of, some people who are delusional to think that they can dominate through Iraq, the region. But in this case, the genocidal plan that they carried in Gaza, they really want to implement that genocidal plan in Iran.
Well, you could argue that the failure of Iraq, the catastrophe in Iraq, is what prevented Bush and Cheney from moving on to Iran. In this case, as you say, they're insatiable. They're already talking about the next war while the first one's not yet won. I just want to remind people there's about 300 of you watching live. If you've got questions, stick them in the Q&A in your Zoom screen. I'll try and get to them shortly. Jeremy?
And I think that there's a reason why Abbas Arad, militia to speak of, they
on down this path. There's been talk of ground troops. The Israelis haven't ruled out ground troops. The Americans haven't ruled out ground troops. In fact, Caroline Levitt insanely suggested Donald Trump is keeping the draft on the table when she went on Maria Bartiromo's Fox show on Sunday.
He's keeping the draft on the table. So I wonder if Barron Trump will be the first one who's drafted to go overseas. Kind of like his father was, who had excuses of bone spurs, 5 excuses, 5 times. It is reported from a non-reputable physician, if the person was a physician at all. We do know that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was doing a live interview, and he was taken away. He was rushed away from the interview, and he was gone for 2 hours. And then when he came back, he was very flustered and couldn't speak well, and was hammering and stuttering and nervous. And then at that point, he said something that he had a teenage son at home, and he would be honored if he went to the military to fight for this administration. This is what he said when he came back into the room. He was asked, was everything okay? And this is the first thing that he said. Now, people are wondering, because Scott Bessent was gone for over 2 hours, was it during that break from his live interview? People are wondering if he was then alerted that Benjamin Netanyahu was no longer living, because these are some reports. They're trying to confirm some things. Some people suspect that could be why Scott Bessent was so nervous. But nevertheless, the story is that Scott Bessent wants you to believe that he has a son who's a teenager or approaching a teenager. It's hard to understand what he was saying because he was so fucked up at the time. He said that they would be proud for their son to go to war for this country and the cause.
Ground invasion of Iran, is that something that you think is possible, and what might that look like?
I mean, this would be the mother of all fool's errands if the United States elected to send ground troops in. I mean, look at the reality. This is not Syria. It's not Libya, and it's certainly not Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This is really the first modern nation that the United States has gone to war against in terms of its capacity and its state institutions since World War II or Korea. And what we would see if the United States did try to launch an invasion is they put together a ragtag bunch of thousands of Kurds. That seems to be the plan that they've been putting on the table. There is no organized armed Iranian outside militia to speak of. They presumably would be assuming they would get mass defections, and I think they are dramatically underestimating what the IRGC is and also the fabric of Iranian society. See, when you start to believe your own delusions, when you start to imply that every single Iranian is a prisoner to a dictatorship of a mullah, the rhetoric that these guys use at the Pentagon and at the White House on down, and you start to believe, get high on your own supply, then you start to say, oh, well, if we come in with ground troops and Netanyahu's telling us that the people are going to rise up, you end up on a utter catastrophe where it's not just a quagmire, but you're going to have masses of American soldiers coming home in body bags. I followed the reporting on Zateo on this. I know it's a real discussion that's happening in this administration right now. And I just want to be clear, if the United States does contemplate putting ground troops in, I think it's going to be an utter bloodbath. And I think that there's a reason why Abbas Araghchi, who is a PhD, British educated man, who is the foreign minister of Iran, when he was asked on NBC about the possibility of ground troops, he said, we're looking forward to it. I don't think this was just him dunking on that host. I think that there is a sense.
If you didn't watch that, I will play that for you because you must see him. Bring it on.
In Iran, among the IRGC, but also among the political echelons and broad parts of the population, that if this is going to be an existential war, then fight fair. Don't launch your missiles from from ships. Don't come in with your bigger bombers. Send in your troops. Send in your crusaders, and let's have this war. I think it's real. I think it's real.
Mahdi, can I add something?
Yes.
At the height of the Iraq war, they had 100 attacks in Baghdad a day, hundreds. They actually had to ask the Iranians for help at a certain point because they were so desperate, the Americans. The only way that the level of violence was reduced in Iraq, it's because they actually offered a political solution. It was the Sahwa, the awakening, that political plan. The Iraq war somehow ended, or like they tried to shift into reducing simply because they had to consult with the Iranians and have to have an agreement with the Sunni and the Shia. But also it was led by diplomats. It was not led by generals.
Also, Rula, they justify this war by saying that Iranians killed lots of American troops in Iraq with IEDs, which if you think about the logic of that, you killed our troops in Iraq, so we're going to let you kill them in Iran. Kind of makes no sense. Vali, let me bring you back in because Jeremy mentioned the idea of the Israelis telling the Americans that people are going to rise up. There was a bizarre moment on CNN this week where Jake Tapper asked a former Israeli intelligence asset, what are your Iranian friends telling you? And she said, they're ready to rise up. Bizarre moment. Speaks volumes about our mainstream media. But NIAC did a poll, the National Iranian American Council did a poll of Iranian Americans, you're of Iranian descent living in the US, of course. And it showed that there is surprise, the community is not a monolith. People are split on whether they support US military intervention in Iran or whether they oppose it. And we know many Iranians in diaspora do support it, and many oppose. What about on the ground in Iran? Dick Cheney famously said on Meet the Press, we will be greeted as liberators, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, right.
And they were not in Iraq, obviously. What happens in Iran? And Iftikhar Saraf, one of our subscribers, I'm going to start getting some of our questions, lots in the chat. Iftikhar asks, what percentage of the Iranian population actually fully support the present Iranian government? Mainstream media here in the UK seems to suggest only 20%. Do we know?
Well, I mean, first of all, just to add to one other layer to what was said, geography also matters here. I mean, Iran is not a flat country. Its capital city is about 2,000 kilometers and two mountain ranges away from the closest port. The number of American troops that are required to sustain logistical lines until you get to Tehran, let alone control a city of 10 million, is probably 2 to 3 times the number of soldiers that they put in Iraq. And therefore, I actually don't take this seriously. I think it's bombast that Iranians also read through it. Pete Hegseth may say these things, but I think serious, military people would think twice about putting that on the table.
Unfortunately, Vali, the US is not led by a serious man, but please do continue.
There he is correct there. So go over and check out this link in my description box. This is under. It could get worse. Speaking of the war, this is under the link. It could get worse. A very robust conversation. I want to share a couple of more things with you. So I'm going to exit out of that. Let me share a couple of more things with you. It appears that 4547 is not going to get the coalition that he was hankering for. Let's see who has turned down 4547 in his request that other countries who get oil and other products shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see what other nations are telling 4547. The same 4547 who talked so much shit and was so disrespectful, not only to our allies, he was disrespectful to every country except for the who is it? Except for Russia and that other authoritarian country. I can't remember which one it is right now. Russia and you know which one I'm talking about. Let's see what other countries are saying if they will come into a war and help the United States get out of the hole that they dug for themselves, because they cannot get out of this hole, and Benjamin Netanyahu is nowhere to be found.
That is not happening. To the contrary, you're having nation after nation. Sunday lying. He told what else is new? He told the Wall Street Journal on Sunday that he's heard from all of these nations and they're forming a coalition with him to head into the Strait of Hormuz in order to secure it for all of the cargo ships and fueling ships to leave and to normalize trade again. That is not happening. To the contrary, you're having nation after nation call out Donald Trump and rebuke him. Shall we go through one by one right now? Australia announces we will not be sending naval ships to assist in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, a government minister said on Monday. Shall we go to Japan? According to Japanese Prime Minister Takaishi, Japan is not even considering sending Navy vessels to the Middle East to aid in efforts surrounding the security of the Strait of Hormuz and the wider region. Japan has, however, it will agree to some drawdowns of its strategic oil reserves as part of the multinational efforts of the International Energy Agency to stabilize the market. It ain't stabilizing the market, okay? The 400 million barrels of oil internationally, that ain't gonna cut it. Let's be very clear. How about in Germany? German's foreign minister, Johann Wadful, was asked whether Germany would respond to Donald Trump's call to join a naval mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking to a local paper there, Wadful said the EU's operation mission previously in the Red Sea regarding the Houthis from Yemen has not been effective at protecting commercial shipping from attacks over there in the Red Sea. So expanding this operation to the Strait of Hormuz would not provide any greater security. That's a significant insight there that has a deeper meaning. Remember when the Houthis were effectively shutting down commerce in the Red Sea? And remember Pete Hegseth's like, we're totally obliterating it. Remember why Mike Walls is now the ambassador to the United Nations and not the National Security Advisor when they were all involved?
Yeah, because they were all on that signal once again, a chat disclosing the times that they were going to strike in Yemen to try to get the Red Sea open up, because Hezbollah was shooting at ships that were going in because they wanted to stop the carnage that Israel was doing in Gaza, the ethnic cleansing slash genocide that they were doing in Gaza. Yes, I remember. I remember it quite well.
In those signal chats, that was not Persian Gulf. That was the Red Sea right there. And there's their own strait in the Red Sea that the Houthis from Yemen have been very successful when they want to, of shutting down and shooting at the commercial vessels there. So what we're seeing happen right now is as the Persian Gulf has effectively been shut down, the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down by Iran. People are saying, oh, well, can we get our oil from the Red Sea and transfer the Red Sea out? Well, at a moment's notice, the Houthis are ready, and they're just luring ships to basically come in. And I think that it's very clear that the Houthis are going to start operations in the Red Sea soon. I think the Germans are aware of that. That's why they're saying, why would we get involved? It wasn't effective in the Red Sea. Now you want us in the Strait of Hormuz? It's not going to happen. What about France? Well, France's leader, President Emmanuel Macron.
What does he mean that they wasn't successful in the Red Sea? Remember how that whole escalation ended in the Red Sea with one of our aircraft carrier ships having to make a turn so quickly that a whole I think the plane was $18 million fighter jet flew into the sea. I think they lost 2 jets that fell into the ocean because they were running their ass out of there so quickly and made a sharp turn that aircraft was flying off the deck of the warship. Yeah, did your government tell you about that? And Hex F was talking about we're war fighters and we want maximum lethality, and we've been hitting the Houthis because Biden didn't do anything, and Biden and they were shooting at our ships. How can they shoot at your ships if you don't bring them over there to meddle in them trying to get Israel to stop killing Palestinians? But you decided to bring your ship over there and they started shooting at your ships. How did that end? You may know all the bullshit and the rhetoric and all the clownery that Hexeth and Tulsi Gabbard, who else? Mike Walt, the Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, all of these people were on this signal call. Duffy from the Department of Transportation, because he want to be in, and your Vice President. All of them were on this unsecured signal call, talking about a strike, giving the time that a future strike would be striking in an area that had anti-aircraft missiles that could have shot down this aircraft. Refused to apologize to one of the mothers whose son actually flew those flights. Hexaf refused to apologize to the mother for possibly putting her son in even more jeopardy by running his mouth on an unsecure app. How did all of this warfare and all of this talking points that you were given in, you don't even know how it ended, huh? Does anybody know how that ended? Huh? It ended with a lot of our treasury spent, and 4547 just suddenly came out here one day and says, well, the Houthi says they don't want to fight anymore, and so we're going home. And if they don't do anything else to us, we're fine. When have you ever seen a conflict end like that? No negotiation, no treaties, no anything. So understand that the Houthis are ready and willing. What happened is your fucking administration turned on their heels and they ran the fuck out of there. That's what happened. And see, your government don't want you to know that these are the types of shit that that is being done in the name that is ruining the name of American greatness. I mean, the greatness of America, the greatness of their military. You're only as great as your leader is when you are in the military. The fuck out of here. That's how they left.
Has been speaking directly with the president of Iran, Pezeshkian. Remember how I've been reporting that both Italy and France have been involved in trying to do direct negotiations with Iran bilaterally to see if they can.
Italy and France said, fuck this. We're going to cut our own deal with Iran so we can go through the Strait of Hormuz the way that they are allowing China. Now, Kagbrev just really shows what a dumbass he is at all times. He said that the Strait of Hormuz is open. He said it's virtually open. The only thing that is stopping it is Iran shooting bombs at the Strait of Hormuz. He said it's open. And the only thing that's interfering with it is the bombs that Iran is striking. So is it open or not? This is your administration embarrassing the American people, saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open, as they beg for other countries to come and help them open the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot make this shit up. This is facts.
Can get their ships through the Strait of Hormuz and basically saying, hey, we want out of this thing, right? Remember how I've been reporting on that? Well, there was another call between Macron and Pezeshkian that took place over this past weekend. And one of the things that Macron has been talking about is a new political and security framework that can ensure peace and security for all. That's coded language right there. When he talks about a new political and security framework, inherent in that is acknowledging the existence of the Islamic Republic in Iran as their right to function, and a new framework away from the United States, a framework where you have Europe and Canada and Australia and Asian countries that are allied and united and not dependent on the United States anymore, because the U.S. has become a liability, a massive liability under Donald Trump for all of these nations. So not only is France saying, we ain't doing it, they're saying we need to create a new framework to ensure peace and security for all. That's code for without the United States, or removing the United States as a leader in any of these coalitions. You have a lot of other developments as well. I mean, just take a look at this Goldman Sachs report on the Gulf. They talk about how Qatar and Kuwait could each see their GDP contract by 14% this year if this conflict conflicts through April. A 14% contraction in the GDP of Qatar and Kuwait, resulting in a 2-month halt of the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia and the UAE would fare better, by the way, based on oil at least, given their ability to reroute oil flows away from the critical Hormuz waterway, but would likely see GDP drop by about 3% to 5%. But remember what I said before, reroute to where? Reroute to the Red Sea. For now, that may make sense. But if you look at this map that Javier Blas posted, map of the day, while the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed, the Red Sea is witnessing the arrival of an oil tanker armada to the Saudi terminal there. And isn't it just the most obvious trap as this armada is there? You have the leader of the Houthis saying, they literally are saying, we're waiting for you. Come on, we're ready for you, and we're about to be activated. They're saying it out loud, damn it. I just don't get, I mean, I know you appreciate our meticulous reporting here, and we're ahead of the curve on what's being reported elsewhere, and I'm sure you'll hear in the next few days about the Houthis opening up a front on the Red Sea and how it was a trap. And I'd love to take credit and be like, wow, this is so brilliant reporting at the Midas Touch Network. But they're saying it out loud. They're saying it out loud, which is what I'm reporting. No one reports on it until after, like, oh my God.
No one reports on the obvious. No one reports on. We just left the Red Sea after. Now, Hexef said something very curious. Also, he said that the Americans don't strike civilian targets. Are we going to forget that when they struck that target in Yemen, he said that he just entered his girlfriend's house? Isn't that a civilian target? They waited until he went into the house of his girlfriend before they struck. So, and then they just left. And they said that the Houthi says, "Oh, we're tired of fighting. Oh, we cry, uncle, we give up, we give up." And they just left. They said, "Okay, all right then, bye. See y'all later." That's how that ended.
We've been shocked right here. Shocked, I tell you. One of the things, though, also about the UAE, which needs to be reported more, and I don't think Goldman Sachs even really captured this. Dubai is dead. Say goodbye to Dubai. Say goodbye to Abu Dhabi. You know, there ain't vacations happening there ever again. There ain't Formula One races happening there or in Bahrain again. There ain't Western vacationers or Asian vacationers going there ever again. It's done. People aren't living there. It's over. All the work they've done, all of the bribes they played to Trump and Kushner and the family, all the quid pro quos, the pay for play, they paid Trump and Kushner too weak to play. But of course they couldn't. And by the way, the Qataris should have realized that. Y'all had to bail out Kushner for his real estate project in Manhattan like 10 years ago at 666. You had to bail the guy out. He couldn't even run one building. You think he could run the Middle East? These are lifelong losers, the Trumps, the Kushners, and you got played the way Trump's creditors screwed him over, the way Trump screwed over his creditors, and the way he screwed over his contractors. This is how Donald Trump operates. And I want you to listen to this right here. A Kuwaiti analyst, this was just the other day, openly criticizing Gulf policy toward Washington after the latest strikes, Tom Keith explains, saying the region paid billions for influence and received nothing in return. He pointed directly to Jared Kushner, noting all this Gulf money flowed to him and to Trump and the Trump family, yet the same states that financed those channels ended up facing strikes and pressure. His conclusion is that appeasing all of these people, is the worst that you can do. You're not getting protection. Watch what he says. And I'm just showing you this for the perspective of you can see what they're saying internationally at this point right now. Watch what they're saying internationally.
We need to know that you cannot appease Zionists. Mm-hmm. You cannot buy influence. Mm-hmm. Look at Jared Kushner. We know how much he took from the Gulf. It's open source public info. And now the same countries that gave him all that money for zero return are facing strikes and bombs. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to make it seem as if it is our duty to carry on the job that Israel wants to continue, which is a very crazy idea to begin with. So we need to change the way we think how we can influence Washington.
Folks, and while that's happening, you have the foreign minister of Iran going on ABC and doing media appearances here. Well, here's what he's saying. He goes, I told this to CBS. Iran has neither sought a truce nor is engaged in talks. Such claims are delusional. So Trump's out there saying, oh, we're speaking with Iran, but we don't want to make a deal.
Prime Minister of Iran is calling Trump delusional. Let's get into that. He was on CBS and she says, "Oh, well, you must negotiate with them." They were in negotiations. They left negotiations on a Thursday evening. They were supposed to reconvene on that next Monday, and they were struck by Israel and America on that Saturday. They were in the middle of negotiations. So why do you think that they believe that they must negotiate with the Americans is my question. Who is on Meet the Press? Let me share that with you. And what his response rightly was. Let me see. Let me see. Hmm. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I apologize. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see. It could be right here. Let me see if it's right here.
Donald Trump has stooped to a new low by
No,
admitting.
I don't think it's right here. Just 1 second. Hmm. I think it could be here.
While growing up in India, we learnt about a popular Hindi idiom, Bandar ke haath mein ustura mat do. Do not give a razor in a monkey's hands. This was essentially to describe a situation where a dangerous, sensitive, or high value tool is given to someone who is utterly incapable, unqualified, or even foolish, resulting in harm to themselves or others. Why the choice of monkey and not any other animal? That's because monkey is restless and mimics human behavior without understanding its consequences. Giving it a razor will result in it cutting itself or someone else rather than shaving properly. This is precisely the rogue and deranged occupant of the White House is currently doing with regards to Iran. Donald Trump should have never been given such powers because he simply doesn't know how to use them. He first recklessly ordered the bombing of the Kharg Island last night and then came on his personal social media platform to flaunt it. He then threatened Iran to destroy all its oil facilities at the Kharg Island. Even though this island is absolutely key to Iran's oil exports, what Trump doesn't realize is that the Iranians are not fighting this war to protect their riches. This is an existential war for them. The current conflict will decide if Iran will exist as a proud Persian nation with its sovereignty intact. But Trump, in his foolishness, thinks it's about oil and money. Today, this Israeli slave went a step further as he asked other countries to bomb the hell out of Iran to have the Strait of Hormuz opened. He wrote this on Truth Social, and I quote, "Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe and free. President Donald J. Trump. So since this so-called most powerful military couldn't get the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz, he is now urging a host of other countries to help the most powerful country against a country which has faced brutal sanctions for more than 47 years. What does this say about the so-called bravery of the hottest country in the world? It says that the US isn't, and it never was, a powerful country after all. As for liberating the Strait of Hormuz, watch what this former US Secretary of State has to say.
President Trump said that the US will look to control the Strait of Hormuz. In your opinion, Secretary Esper, is the US Navy capable of controlling the Strait of Hormuz?
The U.S. Navy, I believe, is capable of controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but it would be a risky mission, and that doesn't guarantee that there would not be any losses. And so I think at this point in time, what you see is the U.S. Navy, if the reports are correct, are declining to take on such a mission because I think they know that the ships, cargo ships, energy carriers cannot be completely protected this time because of the wide range of threats. You have mines, you have drones, you have ship-to-sea missiles to deal with. And I imagine they're not entirely confident that they could deal with all those threats at this point in time. They're probably going to want to use more long-range munitions, continue to destroy those targets before they commit to that mission, would be my assumption.
Secretary Panetta, how risky of a mission is that, in your opinion?
I think it's a very risky operation. Anybody who knows the Straits of Hormuz knows that it's a very tight strait. You can easily target ships going through the Straits of Hormuz. They're laying mines in the straits as well. So they really do have the ability to shut down passage in that strait, which raises a concern, very frankly, that that tells us that, you know, when you're about to go into war, one of the important things about a process of planning for that war that used to take place in the National Security Council was that you really do look not only at the objective and how to deal with the threat, but you look at the consequences of the war. And, you know, my sense is that this administration has underestimated the consequences of this war. They were not prepared for what was obviously going to happen, which was a huge disruption in oil.
But look at what this maniac's crazy actions, utterances, and social media posts are doing to the peace and general financial interest of Americans in the region. Iran has already begun bombing the American financial institutions in the UAE. You have to see the video of the multi-storied building of Citicorp in Dubai in flames. This is on our Telegram channel. Details on the screen and also in the description of this video. Iran has vowed to repeat the same against other American financial institutions across the UAE, calling them a legitimate target. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency is urging people in the UAE to immediately evacuate across surrounding Jebel Ali port in Dubai, Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi, and Fujairah port.
Some breaking news to bring you coming to us from Reuters. This will affect people who are living in the UAE. Iran has warned residents to leave areas near various ports, the Jebel Ali port in Dubai, the Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi, and UAE's Fujairah port as well. No more information than that. That is according to Iranian news agencies. Once we know more, we will, of course, bring it to you when we can.
But the UAE's problems isn't just limited to the presence of American financial institutions in its territory. Iran has now directly accused the UAE of allowing its soil for the Americans and Israelis to attack the Islamic Republic. The spokesperson of Iran's Khatamul Anbiya group, which is aligned with the IRGC, has now warned the UAE residents to immediately evacuate port areas because they were the legitimate targets for Tehran. Then listen to what Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi has to say.
So the reaction would be clear. Last night, they have attacked Khark Island and Abu Musa Island with, the artillery rocket system, HIMARS as they call it, which is a low-range rockets. And they have done it from the soil of our neighbors. And this is crystal clear that now they are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us by these kind of, rockets. And this is absolutely
Which
unacceptable.
neighbors, sir?
Well, the last night attacks were tracked by our forces, and now it is clear that they are fired from UAE, from 2 locations.
He like stomp down. Put a name on it. Which neighbor, sir? Put a name on it.
In the UAE, from in Ras Al Khaimah, and from a location very close to the city of Dubai, and it is very dangerous that they use highly populated areas to launch rockets against us.
Now this is chilling. Meanwhile, there have been plenty of speculations on social media about terrorist Netanyahu's health and whereabouts. Some are even calling him dead already by claiming that his last video message was AI generated. The Iranian embassy in South Africa tweeted this, and I quote, "It doesn't matter at all whether Netanyahu is dead or alive. A single strand of hair from a Minabi girl is worth more than his entire being," end quote. And if Trump indeed decides to attack Iran's oil facilities in the Kurg Island, the world would realize what handing a razor to a monkey means in the true sense. Oil prices are already skyrocketing across the world, including the US. We simply can't comprehend the impact on the soaring oil prices if Trump indeed goes ahead with his insane plan to bomb Iranian oil fields. And not to mention the catastrophic impact following guaranteed Iranian retaliatory strikes on oil fields in the Arab world. Someone stop the depraved man in the White House. I will leave you with this fascinating clip of the Bahraini prince proudly talking about his country's relationship with the rogue settler colony of Israel and how it played a key role in intercepting Iranian missiles heading towards the settler colony in 2024. This explains why Bahrain has been so brutally hit in the Iranian strikes in the last 14 days.
Signing the Abraham Accords was basically one of the most important milestones that we have achieved. We have opened a channel with the Israelis and the officials and the Israeli government. And I see this is why we should continue. And this is why we should always keep an open door and the channel with the Israelis.
An important day in the Middle East that I don't think gets enough recognition is April 13 to 14, when Iran launched an attack on Israel turned out to be 100 ballistic missiles, probably 250 drones, and it was essentially completely stopped by integrated air defense and extraordinary performance by a number of air forces, obviously led by Israel. What's not widely understood is that CENTCOM, starting several years ago, organized integrated air defense and radars, including countries in the Arab world, such as Bahrain. So that night of April 13 was an important one for Bahrain. And I'm sure our audience would be interested in hearing what that was like for you, what you knew about the Iranian threat as those missiles and drones were launched, and whether you think this air defense integration might be the beginning of some broader regional defense cooperation.
Well, deterrence is our key word, right? In all aspects when we speak about our region and its conflicts, and especially when we pinpoint Iran being within the mix. Don't forget, Iran is only 200 miles away from the Kingdom of Bahrain. We host the 5th Fleet Command over there with multinational commands as well. So we play a vital role in the deterrence and also the stability of the region. We are proud of it. It's been running now for more than 75 years, which is a great achievement for the Kingdom of Bahrain. It wasn't only for the Kingdom of Bahrain, but also for the region. So I refer to my grandfather when he described the Fifth Fleet as the mountain of fire that is protecting us from all threats. Well, that night in specific, you know, we were all in duty, and we are always in close contact with our colleagues and allies and the region itself. Thank God we have a proper integrated system, especially trying to cover our airspace. So this is excellent example for how we should come closer, how we should always integrate our efforts and always layer the map and make sure that we don't let loose any, I mean, we should airtight the region in specific. But there's so much details to go into that specific attack. We know many countries have been in charge of the deterrence itself, and we are proud as the Kingdom of Bahrain to be part of that integrated system.
So I just note the importance of that. On that night, many countries, as His Highness just said, including Bahrain, certainly including Jordan, were part of the defense that prevented the war. If those missiles had landed and hit their targets, we would have been in a very different situation. So I think it's really an important moment, and the fact that Bahrain and other Arab nations were working with the U.S. and Israel needs to be noted. So you mentioned the Iranian threat. It is awfully perilously close to Bahrain. Bahrain, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been exploring the possibility not simply of deterring Iran with the strong forces. You've got the Fifth Fleet based there in Manama, but also the possibility of engaging Iran through direct diplomacy. I don't think that's widely understood, but maybe you could just say a few words about how your kingdom is thinking about the possibility of perhaps opening direct dialogue with Tehran.
Well, we are strong believers in two paths, deterrence and diplomacy as well. And in the art of diplomacy, we should always keep an open door. I know we have cut relations with Iran. We have zero contact with Iran. And I think talking to Iran, like what we have done during the Abraham Accords, talking to Israel, is always important for us, always important for the security of the region.
That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me share. Let me share something else with you. I apologize. Let me share this with you. How did it work out for you, Bahrain? Didn't work out well. Didn't appear. It doesn't appear that worked out well at all.
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes. And
now, you know that your president said that they've asked for negotiations, they've asked for a ceasefire, they've asked for all of this. He says no. This is the prime minister of Iran said no, they've never asked for either.
Ceasefire, which Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas phone call with NBC News journalist Kristen Welker on Saturday, President Trump said U.S. strikes had, quote, totally demolished much of the island and warned of more, saying, quote, we may hit it a few more times just for fun. President Trump also claimed that Iran wanted a ceasefire, which Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi.
We may hit it a few more times just for fun. This is what your president said. That's a war crime. That what he just said constitute a war crime. But what else would come out of his mind? But criminal type thought. So let's be clear. They're telling you what they're doing. They're unashamed of what they're doing.
She flatly denied.
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes. And this is what we have done so far, and we continue to do that until President Trump comes to the point that this is an illegal war with no victory.
Reuters reports that President Trump has ignored attempts by allies in the Middle East to start negotiations aimed at ending the Iran war. Over the weekend, U.S. and Israeli forces continued to bombard Iran, hitting cities such as Tehran, Hamadan, and Isfahan. Iranian media says that a U.S.-Israeli strike killed 15 people at a factory in Isfahan. Iran's Cultural Heritage and Tourism Ministry said Saturday that at least 56 museums and historic sites have been damaged. At least 1,348 civilians in Iran have been killed since the start of the war, according to Iran's UN ambassador. Meanwhile, Iran's police chief says that the country has arrested 500 people accused of sharing information with enemies. This is Mohammad Tahiri, whose home was damaged in a U.S.-Israeli strike.
It's a terrible incident, very bitter. Many people have been killed and so many have lost their homes and lives. However, because of that heroic spirit that has arisen among all the people of Iran, it is now bearable. That is, that sense of resistance within us has grown, strengthened, and matured. For that reason, we're trying to get through these days, and God willing, we will rebuild everything better from the start, just as we are rebuilding our country and moving closer to our ideals.
Iran continued to launch retaliatory strikes at Israel as Iranian rumors spread that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was killed in an Iranian strike. In response, Netanyahu posted a video of himself getting coffee and chatting with an aide in Jerusalem on Sunday. Over the weekend, Iran launched multiple ballistic missiles at Israel carrying cluster bombs, injuring at least 8 people across the country. In Iraq, 6 U.S. service members were killed when their military refueling plane crashed while taking part in Iran war operations last week. Overall, 12 U.S. service members have been killed since the Iran war began on February 28th. Another service member died of a medical issue. This comes as the U.S. State Department issued a warning telling U.S. citizens to leave Iraq immediately. Meanwhile, Italy's military said on Sunday there had been a drone attack on the Ali al-Salem airbase in Kuwait, hosting Italian and U.S. forces. This comes as Iran continues to attack infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates, urging people to evacuate 3 major ports. Iranian state media claimed, without evidence, that U.S. forces are located in the civilian ports of Jebel Ali, Khalifa, and Fujairah in the UAE. Authorities in the UAE say a drone attack sparked a fire near the Bay airport, while another drone attack has also been reported at Fujairah's industrial area. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has warned major U.S. corporations in the region to evacuate. President Trump is calling for a coalition of countries to send warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz, which is responsible for 20% of the world's oil supply. Japan and Australia said they were not planning on sending naval vessels to escort ships through the strait. This comes as Brent crude oil is trading near $105 a barrel today. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. has hit $3.70, up from $3.45 a week ago and $2.93 a month ago. Meanwhile, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said on Sunday that there were, quote, no guarantees that oil prices would fall soon. Newt Gingrich, the former Republican House Speaker, urged the U.S. to conduct, quote, a dozen thermonuclear detonations to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israel says its troops have begun ground operations in southern Lebanon. This comes as the World Health Organization says it has verified that 12 doctors, paramedics, and nurses were killed in an Israeli strike on a healthcare center in southern Lebanon on Friday. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, Israeli attacks have killed at least 850 people, including 107 children. Nearly 1 million people.
Okay, so while America has gone and struck Iran, where's Israel? They're off over in Lebanon. They are on a war footing. They are tracing all over the Middle East in another war with Hezbollah. Not Hamas, Hezbollah now. In Lebanon. God, I get all these names so confused. Hamas, Hezbollah. They are with Hezbollah in Lebanon. I thought Iran was their problem. Okay, so let's go with.
People have been forced to flee their homes, according to the UN. This is Furhat Othman, who fled southern Lebanon to Saida, just south of Beirut.
I swear, I came from the south, from the district of Tyre. The situation is just as you can see. Sometimes the tent gets blown away by the wind. Sometimes there's rain. Sometimes water. The blankets are soaked with water. As they say, even the rugs are full of water. Everything is wet, as you can see. We have a cold from the wind, and we are waiting for God's mercy.
FCC Chair Brendan Carr is threatening to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Carr shared a Truth Social post by President Trump in which he criticized U.S. media coverage of the Iran war, writing on X, quote, broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known.
Brendan Carr of the famed FCC fame. Brendan Carr, the one who who was instrumental in Jimmy Kimmel getting fired and then rehired, saying that he would take licenses of stations that distributed the Jimmy Kimmel show. Now, let's not forget that Pete Kegbreath said that he cannot wait until Larry Ellison owns CNN. Let's not forget that Pete Kegbreath said that there could be no photographers taking pictures of him in the Pentagon because they shared unflattering photos. Let's not forget that Pete Kegbreath said that unless the press signed a NDA, they could not be in the Pentagon, and thus the Pentagon press pool is full of influencers, YouTube influencers, as opposed to real journalists. Let's not forget. Hey, Z Sarah. Let's not forget that this administration wants to control the news. Now, we talk about North Korea propaganda television. We talk about the news that is controlled by Vladimir Putin. This administration wants to control the media. This same administration who tells you that they are fighting over in Iran for some good reason and will always want to tell you about the censorship that goes on in the internet over in Iran. They have somebody who is absolutely sick and such a fan bitch for a fanboy for 45, 47 that he says that he calls it fake media. You notice all of the terms that they use are very vague terms. There's no specific thing that they say that has crossed the line. They use all of these vague terms. Why do they use vague terms? Because they can do whatever they want to and call whatever they want fake news and hoaxes. Let's I I did want to tell that story. Hold on. Let me finish it right here.
As the fake news have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut blasted Carr, saying, quote, "This is the federal government telling news stations to provide
public interest." What exactly? He's going to use the public interest clause of the FCC. So, if he deems that it can be true, but he at first he talked about hoaxes and fake news, and now he's saying to eliminate hoax and fake news, he's going to only approve things that is in the public interest. How's that going to stop folks and hoaxes and fake news? The public is interested in a whole lot of bullshit and lies. How interested was the public in all of the lies that Fox News talked about those Dominion voting machines, only to have to pay one of the largest payouts for defamation against the Dominion voting machines? Why are we talking about hoaxes? Why are we talking about fake news? Why are we talking about the interest of the public interest? A lot of people were interested in that fake news. This is your government. They want you to believe that black people are the problem.
favorable coverage of the war, or their licenses will be pulled. A truly extraordinary moment. We aren't on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. Israel continues to violate the U.S. brokered truly extraordinary. Is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut blasted Carr, saying, quote, "This is the federal government telling news stations to provide favorable coverage of the war, or their licenses will be pulled. A truly extraordinary moment. We aren't on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We are in the middle of it." Israel continues to violate the U.S. brokered so-called ceasefire in Gaza, killing 12 people, including 2 children and a pregnant woman on Sunday. Since the ceasefire deal last October, Israeli forces have killed more than 650 Palestinians, according to Gaza health officials. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed a Palestinian father, mother, and 2 of their children.
Don't tell me, yeah. Who can believe the Palestinian officials? Yeah. Let's continue with the same old lies that they insist on telling about what's going on in Palestine.
In their car on Sunday. 37-year-old Ali Khalid Bani Odeh and his wife Wad and 2 of their children, Muhammad and Othman, were each shot in the head in the village of Tamun.
Now, how did you shoot 2 adults and 2 young children all in the head? And it's not intentional. It's not intentional. How do you, in disarray, by mistake? Surely, if you thought that 1 or 2 of the parents were doing something illegal, does that warrant a bullet in the head for these 2 small children? I'm asking. I'm asking. Does that? I'm asking. And as we have struck a school and multiple schools at this point, and multiple hospitals, we are trying to act like our hands are not doing the same things that the Israeli army is not doing. Faking the funk. Okay, so let me get out of here. There's something else I want to show. There we go.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal? For the first U.S. official ever, I think, to acknowledge Israel's nuclear program. So we do want to thank.
Obviously, the dire warnings he's sounding administration and Trump official David Sachs says that he fears Israel may actually use a nuke, which is the first time the U.S. administration has actually acknowledged that Israel is a nuclear power. And obviously, the dire warnings he's sounding is pretty remarkable coming from someone who is inside of this administration.
Yeah, that's right. For the first U.S. official ever, I think, to acknowledge Israel's nuclear program. So we do want to thank you, David Sachs, for finally acknowledging it out in the public. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting the show, breakingpoints.com. You can sign up and become a premium subscriber. If you can't afford it, no worries. Please just go ahead and hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. Crystal, we never actually thought we would hit 2 million. I mean, theoretically, I knew it would come, but I actually did not ever think it would come this quickly. So we're at 1.9 million. So let's get that extra 100K, all right? And then we can just worry about it. We can sail off into the sunset. So 1.9 million, get us to 2 million, hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. We really appreciate
before we started this war. So really sort of backsliding here. In any case, have some remarkable comments from Trump on Air Force One yesterday evening, where he is not only begging other countries to help us out, threatening them and saying, you know, maybe he'll blow up NATO effectively if they don't join in helping to solve the problem that he himself created, but also saying, I'm not sure we should be there in the first place, which is just like, oh my God, like what is going on here? Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Some of the countries would be helpful. Remember, it only takes a couple of people to screw up the strait, a couple of terrorists. You don't need their military is defeated, but all you need is a few people dropping mines here and there, and you louse it up. So we need. I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory, because it is their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy. And they should come and they should help us protect it. You could make the case. Maybe we shouldn't even be there at all, because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We're the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2. By double, at least double. Now I think it's much higher than that. But we do it. It's almost like we do it for habit. But we also do it for some very good allies that we have in the Middle East.
So Sagar, we broke it, and now he wants the rest of the world to come in and fix it and say.
So he's going to command. I really demand that they come in and help fix the shit that we fucked up, because we fucked up their oil, their ability to get oil for their nations. So I demand that they spend their war and treasure in blood and treasure and come fix up our fuck up that we did not plan on, that we were counsel that we need to have some type of a plan to deal with the Strait of Hormuz, but Pete Kegbreath poo-pooed it and said we won't need it, some reports are saying.
Maybe we shouldn't even be there at all. Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
You think maybe so? Maybe we should have thought of that before you launched this war on behalf of Israel.
This is just the clearest evidence that we have that not only was there no plan, but they really just didn't believe that the Straits of Hormuz would be closed. And I've seen a lot of talk about this. Of course, they knew it was probable or possible, but the point is they didn't think it was probable. Remember that during the Gulf War, President H.W. Bush, on the very first day of the Gulf War, announced a strategic petroleum petroleum reserve release. That was to calm the markets and to make sure that any sort of disruption would have flow as the war continued. They didn't do it until about 10 days or so. And remember, much of that oil is still yet to come online. It's going to take months for actually to dribble out. Japan, many others are actually doing releases outside of the United States. The entire global economy is scrambling, and nothing says I had a plan that having to beg other countries to have to come in and to bolster the U.S. Navy. I also think that what that does highlight is a massive humiliation for the United States at a big, like, global strategic level. This is the United States Navy, blue water Navy. Entire purpose of a Navy is to ensure commerce and trade on the high seas. And this is effectively a declaration we are not able to accomplish this mission without multiple other countries. It also is straining U.S. allies to the point where we're having to pit against each other in a way where the top allies of the United States, in a matter of 24 hours, are all coming out and be like, yeah, I think you're on your own, man. And what this demonstrates is the chaotic nature, not only of Trump and his so-called management of alliances, but it actually really calls into question the entire point of the global empire. And, you really don't want to use these things until not only can they do it, but then if you're going to use it, it better damn work. And so for Iran, this tiny country, which they claim, not tiny, but, in terms of their military force compared to the United States, to be able to have this threat, which just so emasculates the global empire. What does that tell you about the emperor and about the empire itself? It's an absolute humiliation on the world
The emperor has no clothes. That's what it tells me.
Stage.
And that's before you even have the Houthis joining in. And I mean, that's what's crazy to me too, is we had a trial run of all this stuff with the Red Sea and the Houthis. Ultimately, Biden infamously said, well, we're going to continue striking them. Do I think it's going to work? No, but we're going to continue doing it. Trump actually, did the same thing for a while, blew a bunch of people up, realized it wasn't going to work, and just sort of quietly walked away. So he should have known, because we had a trial run of this. I mean, same thing with the idea of regime change just coming from strategic bombing. We had a trial run of that in Gaza, where we in Israel committed a genocide, blew the whole area to smithereens. And guess what? Hamas didn't fall, which is a much weaker and less well-entrenched organization than ultimately the Iranian regime is. But I think what happens here is Trump really convinced himself, and probably had, people like Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham and whoever in his ear, that this was going to be quick and glorious, that they could take out the Ayatollah. They had this opportunity to do it, that the whole thing, he was reportedly, according to Shrita Parsi, telling Gulf Arab allies the whole thing would be over in 4 days and they would completely capitulate. So even though obviously military planners knew that there was a possibility that the Strait of Hormuz would be impacted, because the Iranians been threatening this for years and years and years, he never thought it would get to that point. And now that we are at that point, the realization has set in that actually, I mean, I won't say we can't reopen it ourselves, but it would require a ground invasion, seizing the shoreline.
Right.
You would have, the mountainous terrain there makes it very easy for Iranian forces to come in, guerrilla warfare style, kill a bunch of our troops, take out a bunch of our equipment, and then, and then retreat and hide and come back and do the same thing over and over again. If we and our allies do start escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, it makes everybody involved, including these, cargo ships, that these are just civilian, sailors trying to earn a living that have nothing to do with this conflict, makes them sitting ducks. So it really is an impossible situation. The only way to solve this is through some sort of a negotiated end to this conflict. And, at this point, Iran is not going to just back away without getting.
Nor should they. Who against their nation struck twice? The first time, they were like, "Oh yeah, they're going to do some strikes. Like we've been pre-warned. We have pulled all our servicemen and our equipment out of where they told us they were going to strike, and we're going to turn around 6 months later and do the same shit again and think that they're not going to strike us again." Let me show you a different perspective, a different mindset on these strikes on the island, and the threat that they will actually destroy the island if other countries don't come and help them secure the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, there are actual threats. Let's get into this.
Rationally. His administration then had Donald Trump has stooped to a new low by admitting that his country's military was bombing Iran's civilian infrastructure for fun. I mean, this guy's mental depravity has no boundaries. This is what the brutal Iranian response has done to his ability to think rationally. His administration then has called for the cancellation of licenses for US media outlets for showing the damages caused by the Iranians. Then the French president, Emmanuel Macron, has now said that he spoke to his Iranian counterpart, Masoud Pezeshkian, to ask him to end the Iranian attacks across the region and end the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. You have to admire this Israeli and American poodle's sheer audacity. He has still not asked his masters, even politely, to end their illegal aggression against Iran, let alone condemning their military adventurism. And American experts and lawmakers are almost unanimous on a certain defeat for Trump and his war criminal Israeli master, Benjamin Netanyahu. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in my video, 3 top AI platforms, Google Gemini, Grok, and ChatGPT, terming the latest video of Benjamin Netanyahu AI generated. So please stay tuned. In a new law, the deranged and evil occupant of the White House, Donald Trump, has admitted that his military was bombing Iran for fun. This extraordinary confession came during his phone interview with the US broadcaster NBC. This is what he told the NBC, and I quote, "We may hit it a few more times just for fun," end quote. He was making this admission in the context of the recent bombings of the Kharg Islands. Now, what does it say about the overall objective of his crazy illegal actions? The U.S.
It says that criminals do what criminals do. It shows the mind of a criminal that thinks that I can shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and nothing would happen to me. It shows that you should take the crimes of all people seriously, and he should. He's just a fucking has a criminal mind. That is a war crime that he was bragging about. That's what it tells me. This link will be under in the description box. Also under BBAI. So let me get back to this. BB as in Benjamin Netanyahu. That's his nickname.
military has already confirmed the deaths of 13 soldiers. I hope the family members of those killed in Trump's war of choice against Iran are watching this human devil's diabolical utterances. One of those.
Hold on. Speaking of the family of the people who have lost their lives, I do want to make sure I show you the family member of this one soldier who has come out and have spoken on the loss of their life, their son, grandson. He lost his life. Hold on. He lost his life in one of those refueling planes with the refueling mission. I want to really play what his family thinks and has to say about his loss of life. Let me share that with you. Hold on 1 second. I'm finding it. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost there. I didn't want to forget about them. I've thought about it twice. So let me play it. Here we go. Hold on, let me play it for you right now. Since we're talking about the military family, I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. We'll go back to this video after share what a military family have to say about their notification and how they are going to bear living without their son, grandson, cousin. Let's get into this.
Was just 28 years old. And Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons was just 28 years old, and with him being an only child, his death is one of tremendous sacrifice. Tonight, with heavy hearts, Tyler's family shares memories of the man they say served with honor. Heartbreak is the only way to describe what Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons' family is experiencing. The man who still loved adult night at Skate Zone and lit up the room with his personality and had his mother's dimples is gone.
You know, he had $1 million smile. If when people see my cousin, they're gonna be like, that smile was gonna take him places, and it took him to his dream job.
But as they gather to watch video of Tyler working that dream job, love and pride is now overshadowed by unimaginable grief.
Tyler's gone.
Jesus. One of 6 airmen who died Thursday night when their KC-135 Stratotanker crashed in western Iraq. This family, collateral damage.
He was truly an amazing man. That's a person. It's a. You have to be kind of smart to do that. And you know, he was loving. He loved his dog, Grayson. He loved his family. He's loved his friend, Shayna. You know, he's just that guy. And he would do anything for you.
Tyler's parents remember the exact time uniformed officers showed up at their door that night, 10 o'clock.
When he opened the door, he said, "Oh no." And I jumped up and ran in there, and they were lined up out on the porch. And I was like, "You've got to be kidding me."
Cheryl Simmons never wanted her son to join the military. Tyler was their only child, but she says there was no stopping him. He loved his country and his job with the 121st Air Refueling Wing at Rickenbacker.
Tyler loved them people, and they loved him.
So much so, Cheryl says, while he served in security, superiors saw something special in Tyler and invited him to join a new team as a boom operator. He was the one transferring fuel from the Stratotanker aircraft to other military aircraft.
Once he got in the back of that airplane, that was it. He said, "I will retire from this, Mom. I will retire from this." I said, "Well, what about the pilot? You always wanted to be a pilot." "I'll do that with commercial after I retire from doing this."
Now, instead of looking forward to Tyler becoming a commercial pilot, getting married, having children, she and her husband are preparing to bury their only child.
And it stops. We're done. You know, no children.
National and state leaders are reacting now to the deaths of the 6 airmen, including the 3 from Ohio. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine shared his condolences, saying he and Fran are deeply saddened by the news and offer their sincere condolences to their families.
Columbus Mayor Andrew Ginther extended his condolences to the family and friends of Tyler Simmons, asking people to keep his loved ones in their thoughts and prayers.
Representative Joyce Beatty from Ohio's 3rd District also sent her condolences, saying in part, in Columbus and across the nation, we will always remember the sacrifice of Tyler and his fellow service members.
And we're going to continue to learn more about Tyler Simmons and
Okay. Let's be sure and let's realize what you didn't notice in these condolences. There was no condolences from your vice president, J.D. Vance, who was the former senator of Ohio prior to being elected along with 45-47. His mouth was closed. No, no. I mean, this is the Trump administration that has these soldiers out here. Nothing from J.D. Vance. Of course not. He probably sucking up. No, let me. I said I would do better. Uh, let me go for it. Now, speaking of these idealistic wars, based on they want you to say that Iran is such a fundamentalist Muslim state. They want you to be very afraid of it. They want you to tell you that all the bad things that they are doing to women. But the Heritage Foundation is back, people.
It's back. My project.
If you don't remember the Heritage Foundation from all of the project 2025 bullshit. I think now I know that they had a Project Esther. I'm not sure if this is Project Esther, but let's see what Project 2025 authors at the Heritage Foundation have in store for women in the United States. Since y'all are resting on your laurels and acting as if nothing is bothering you because you don't know what's going on in the world. That's why half of you are unbothered because you don't know what's going on in the world. You're dumbs.
2025, actually, it never went away. If you thought that the Heritage Foundation, the group behind the radical governing blueprint known as Project 2025, was finished dismantling American democracy, think again. Now they're turning their sights even more keenly on America's women. The same movement that drafted a plan to remake and undo much of the federal government has now unveiled a chilling new manifesto, one that is aimed at making it harder for women to work, harder for them to live independently, and easier to push them back into financial dependence on husbands or fathers. This is not hyperbole, in the same way that Project 2025 wasn't hyperbole, though plenty of critics dismissed it as such, especially as Trump himself disingenuously.
Some of you may be like, what in the world is he talking about? Become financial dependent. Some of you are not old enough to know that there was a time when a married woman could not even have her own bank account. There was a time when a married woman could not file for divorce, could not purchase a home. All of the things that you think that are commonplace, which are natural, which is how the world was set up. No, the world was never set up the way it is. Everybody had to fight for all the rights and privileges that were just bestowed upon white men. Every other race and every other sex had to fight for this equality that was bestowed upon white men. Let's keep it a buck, period. Let's get into it.
Disavowed it. 1 year into Trump's second term, groups tracking his administration say that roughly half of Project 2025 has already been implemented. That includes dismantling federal diversity and inclusion programs, dramatically expanding immigration enforcement, rolling back environmental protections, eliminating federal funding for public broadcasters like NPR and PBS, and so much more. That blueprint also called for authorizing military troops to help seal the border, removing immigration enforcement protections from places like schools and churches, and dramatically expanding immigration detention facilities. If there's one lesson to take from all of this, it's this. Do not underestimate the determination of this movement or its hostility toward liberal values and the expansion of democratic rights for groups that they see as outsiders. And they see women as outsiders. Their latest document, Saving America by Saving the Family, a foundation for the next 250 years. You got to give it to these people. They think big. It was published in January. Its purported goal is to reverse the country's declining birth rate. And you can't physically force women, if you can't physically force women to have babies, which is what abortion restrictions aim to do, you can design government policies that pressure women into having more babies. It's not exactly rocket science, at least not from the perspective of the ordinary caveman. You cut off opportunities outside the home. You make the public sphere hostile to women's independence. You create a system where the only viable path left for women is dependence on a man for survival. In other words, you drag the country back to a time when women had fewer choices. If Project 2025 laid out how a conservative administration could reshape the machinery of government, this new blueprint lays out the social vision behind it, a plan for what American family life should look like. And when you strip away the soft language about family values, what its proposals would actually accomplish, if carried out, is the rollback of decades of women's freedom. According to its authors, the reason women are having fewer children is simple: feminism. The Heritage Foundation blames the feminist movement for encouraging women to rethink their relationship to men, marriage, children, and family. According to the document, quote, those two forces, big government liberalism and second wave feminism, combined to radically change how men and women thought about their roles in the home, end quote. In other words, women today have too many choices. Your daughters and granddaughters can dream too big in America and, God forbid, pursue opportunities outside the home. From the perspective of the new right, those freedoms aren't progress. They are, in fact, the problem. So the solution the right proposes is to make those choices harder for women, much, much harder. Quote, the state and federal governments should recognize the natural differences between men and women. They should also preserve this distinction between the sexes in law. Preserve this distinction between the sexes in law. The law should discriminate against women. Put them back in their place. The plan goes on to discourage women from higher education, arguing that college delays marriage and reduces fertility, and it frames contraception itself as part of this so-called crisis. Quote, as nations industrialize, several factors conspire to reduce birth rates. These include the proliferation of birth control, more prospects for women to receive higher education and work outside the home, the delayed financial independence of young adults, and the government's role in old age Social Security, end quote. Translation? Women controlling their own fertility, women seeking higher education, women working outside the home, it's all just bad. But the agenda goes even further than that. The report calls for reshaping tax policy to reward large married families while cutting support for single mothers. This is taken right from Hungary's playbook, which offers income tax reductions for each additional child that you have. If you have 5 children in Hungary, you pay no tax. Unsurprisingly, no one took up the offer because no one actually wants to have 5 children in 2026. So Hungary reduced it to a tax-free life for just having 3 children starting last year. That too has failed because nobody wants 3 children in 2026 either. So starting this year, if you have just a paltry 2 children in Hungary, you pay no income tax for life. And since young women getting educated and staying unmarried are the real scourge of a society, starting this year in Hungary, if you're under 30 and you bring just one single life into this world, the rest of your happy maternal Hungarian life is tax-free. But I digress, because this isn't quite Hungary yet. Here in America, this proposal, akin to Hungary's, proposes eliminating child care incentives that help women work outside the home. It supports legal frameworks that could effectively ban in vitro fertilization by granting legal rights to embryos from the moment of fertilization. It criticizes no-fault divorce, the laws that make it easier for women to leave abusive marriages. Taken together, the America they envision looks very different from the one most Americans live in today, a society organized around a rigid patriarchal structure, men as providers, women as dependents, and very few ways out. Consider this line from the report, which attempts to explain the country's declining birth rate. Quote, today's adults may favor autonomy and personal development over raising children more than earlier generations did. Thus, greater opportunity cost rather than the greater actual cost might be a better explanation. Translation? Women today have opportunities their grandmothers could only dream of. They can pursue education, careers, independence, lives that extend beyond marriage and motherhood. From the perspective of the new right, that's the crisis. As the writer Jill Filipovich has warned, quote, They see women being able to control our own fertility as the root of the problem. They're right. Women being able to control our own fertility is one of the most powerful tools women have for independence. Women who cannot control their own fertility are under greater patriarchal control. The right has already succeeded in stripping the right to abortion from American women. It was never about saving babies. It was entirely about forcing women back into submission. Trust that when they identify contraception as a tool that shoulders a large share of the blame for the present malady, they are telling you that they are coming for contraception next. Historically speaking, we've seen versions of this before. In the 1920s, Benito Mussolini launched a campaign in fascist Italy known as the Battle for Births. The goal was to increase the population and strengthen the nation. Women were pushed out of jobs. Families were rewarded for having more children. Motherhood was glorified, while women's independence was deliberately restricted. The new rights version is wrapped in the language of religious revival and family stability. But underlying logic is strikingly similar. If women aren't producing enough children, the answer is not to make parenthood easier with things like childcare and paternal and maternal leave and education subsidies. The answer is to make women's independence harder. And the people promoting this vision aren't even hiding their goals. Scott Yenner, a conservative political scientist recently appointed to a senior leadership role at the Heritage Foundation, has described universities as the citadels of our gynecocracy, meaning a society run by women. The argument.
All right, I can't take no more. I cannot take no more. The link is in the description box. It is under American Women. Go over there and finish that. I cannot take any more of this insanity that these people are actually conjuring up. This is what the people that did voted for. It appears this is what they got along with their vote. We tried to warn them about the Heritage Foundation Project 2025, and they ignored us. They definitely did, and we definitely did try to warn them. So let me finish sharing my screen on the other video. There's some more things I wanted in here.
Killed was Major Alex Cleaner. Cleaner died during the crash of KC-135 refueling plane in Iraq. He has left behind his wife, a 2-year-old, and 7-month-old twins.
Hold on, let's go back.
Against Iran are watching this member in the context of the recent bombings of the Kharg Island. Now, what does it say about the overall objective of his crazy illegal...
Hold on.
The deranged and evil occupant of the White House, Donald Trump, has admitted that his military was bombing Iran for fun. This extraordinary confession came during his phone interview with the US broadcaster NBC. This is what he told the NBC, and I quote, "We may hit it a few more times just for fun," end quote. He was making this admission in the context of the recent bombings of the Kharg Island. Now, what does it say about the overall objective of his crazy illegal actions? The US military has already confirmed the deaths of 13 soldiers. I hope the family members of those killed in Trump's war of choice against Iran are watching this human devil's diabolical utterances. One of those killed was Major Alex Cleaner. Cleaner died during the crash of KC-135 refueling plane in Iraq. He has left behind his wife, a 2-year-old, and 7-month-old twins.
Is America great again yet? This what we doing?
Doesn't Trump have the blood of his soldiers on his hands? What would the widow of this soldier be thinking reading about his latest statement? And how do Americans view this, given that he's already thinking of sending thousands of more soldiers to the Middle East so that he can have more fun. Trump continues to delude himself despite experts around the world warning that he simply cannot win this war. Iran is no Venezuela. Listen to this former CIA operative, Sam Faddis, on Steve Bannon's show.
What do you see here as far as other allies of the mullahs coming in here?
Well, look, I think these guys can hold out indefinitely. Anybody that thinks that we are weeks away from unconditional surrender, I don't think is really looking at the facts. I mean, we're bombing them. Okay. We dropped 3 times as many bombs on Indochina during the Vietnam War as we dropped in the entirety of World War II. That did not end well for us. That's a fact. These guys are increasingly using Shahed drones against us. Okay, a Shahed drone is something you can build in a garage. It's fiberglass, it's commercially available avionics. If you can repair a fiberglass boat and you're into hobby aircraft and drones, you got all the sophistication necessary to build this thing. It costs about $30,000. The biggest issue is whether you got the explosives. They have the explosives. So it's not like people keep talking about how many drones they have. There's no end to the drones, because after they can make these things in any decent sized building that looks like anything from the air, and they can do it effectively forever. In terms of support, look, are the Russians providing targeting data? Without question. And I'm sure Putin is giggling every time he does it. I mean, we're the ones giving all the targeting data to the Ukrainians to hit Russia. So his opportunity to provide payback from his viewpoint, he will do that all day long. Support from the Chinese. I have seen reports that there are ships coming out of China carrying precursor chemicals for solid fuel for missiles. I don't know where they are right now, and the first question I have is, how would anybody ever expect those ships to make it to Iran in the current environment? But I've also seen reports saying that there are trucks crossing Pakistan carrying Chinese chemicals headed for Iran. If that is true, obviously we ought to be stopping that from happening. But look, these guys, the Chinese, the Russians, all of our other enemies will help the Iranians any chance they get.
Bloomberg, citing European officials, has also reported that Trump's statements about destroying Iran's capabilities are exaggerated and could pave the way for an announcement regarding the end of the operation. Even US lawmakers are now publicly calling this an Israeli war being fought by Trump. This is Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Well, it depends on who in Israel you're talking about. I mean, clearly there are some in Israel who see greater Israel is the ultimate goal. I mean, as we speak, you're seeing Israeli settlers, violent settlers, pushing more Palestinians off their lands on the West Bank, destroying crops. You've got the recent announcements within the last several weeks about greater ability for Israelis to take over Palestinian lands. Hell, you've got our own ambassador, Huckabee, saying in response to interview question that, you know, he'd be, quote, fine with him if Israel not only takes over the West Bank, but other areas where some would claim the Bible gives Israel the right to essentially take.
Meanwhile, Francis Macron has taken to Twitter to claim that he had spoken to his Iranian counterpart to ask him to stop retaliatory attacks. Just hear what he wrote in his tweet, and this would boil your blood. These racist and deeply compromised Western politicians think that they can get away with their brazen double standards. I will just read what he wrote, and you have to pay attention to each of his demands and then ask why he hasn't raised these demands with the real aggressors, namely the US and the settler colony. He wrote, and I quote, "I have just spoken with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. I called on him to put an immediate end to the unacceptable attacks Iran is carrying out against countries in the region, whether directly or through proxies, including in Lebanon and Iraq. I reminded him that France is acting within a strictly defensive framework aimed at protecting its interests, its regional partners, and freedom of navigation, and that it is unacceptable for our country to be targeted. The unchecked escalation we are witnessing is plunging the entire region into chaos, with major consequences today and for the years to come. The people of Iran, like those across the region, are paying the price. Only a new political and security framework can ensure peace and security for all. Such a framework must guarantee that Iran never acquires nuclear weapons while also addressing the threats posed by its ballistic missile program and its destabilizing activities regionally and internationally. Freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz must be restored as soon as possible. I also urge the Iranian president to allow Cecile Kohler and Jack Paris to return safely to France as soon as possible. Their ordeal has gone on for far too long, and they belong with their loved ones. End quote. Meanwhile, terrorist Netanyahu's Twitter account shared a video of him buying coffee at an unknown location. As soon as the video emerged, Twitter users quickly declared it an AI-generated one. Then one user took a screenshot of the new video and put it alongside a real photo of this human devil and asked Twitter AI platform Grok to remove the one which is AI generated. Grok removed the screenshot from this war criminals today's video. I asked ChatGPT to do the same, and this AI platform too said the same. It wrote, and I quote, "Based on visual cues, the image on the right looks AI generated. Here are some reasons. The right image has a very warm orange tone that looks overly smooth and uniform. AI images often produce lighting that feels perfect but slightly unnatural across the face and background. The right face appears very smooth and evenly textured, almost like a digital painting. The text at the bottom of the right image looks slightly stylized and may not allow."
Okay, I wanted to share that little information with you. If you go over to, yes, I've heard that they could go on for quite a long time with this war, the Iranians, because their drones are made for a fraction of the cost that the weaponry that the United States military is using. So all of these links have been put in my description box. Let me share one more thing with you guys. Let me make sure I got all my little articles that I wanted to share. Mother Jones and the TV generals. Let's go to Mother Jones first. Hegseth and said that Ellison will be owning, the same Ellison who owns TikTok, the same Ellison who is supposed to be transferring $10 billion into the Trump administration. He is also supposedly going to be the new owner of CNN, which Hegseth said he cannot wait until Ellison is over CNN. But let's see what Mother Jones has to say about all of this. The media will write what I want them to write. FC, here is the reason why Brendan Carr wrote the post about the FCC would probably take licenses. The FCC chair threatens to revoke broadcast licenses over Iran war coverage. Mother Jones wrote this story. Let me. It's in the description box under FCC. I'm going to put it in there right now. And so you can peruse it at your leisure. It will always be available to you. Now let's get into a little bit of this article from Mother Jones. But Brendan Carr is up to now. That is Brendan Carr, right? If you know. Amid surging oil prices and an unpopular war of choice in Iran, Federal Communications Commission Chair Brendan Carr is threatening not to renew the licenses of broadcasters from running hoaxes and news distortions, whatever that means. The Saturday post from Carr on X is not subtle. It explicitly warns broadcasters that they have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. Let me, excuse me. Let me, okay. Carr's massive missive came in response to a Truth Social post Saturday from President 4547 with the FCC chair included in full as a screenshot. The post from Trump focused on coverage of the war in Iran by outlets like the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, along with other low-profile papers and the media. Unlike networks such as ABC and NBC, which broadcast over public airways, newspapers do not have licenses that the FCC can go after. The broader context is clear. Trump and senior administration figures are trying to coerce independent news outlet into parroting government line. They want you to be North Korea media. The effort comes as poll numbers show most Americans do not approve of the war in Iran and oil prices top $100 a barrel. Here come Brendan Carr. Broadcasters that are running hoax and news distortion, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their license if they show what? I don't know. If they show more, I don't. It doesn't have the whole post. If they what? I don't know. So he reposted 4547 yet again in an intentionally misleading headline by the fake news media about the 5 tanker planes that were supposedly struck down at an airport in Saudi Arabia and are of no further use. In actuality, the base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed. 4 of the 5 have virtually no damage. That means they do have damage, but it's a little. And they are already back in service. One has slightly more damage, which means all 5 of them were struck. One has slightly more damage, but will be in the air shortly, whenever that is. None were destroyed or close to that, as the fake news said in headlines. The New York Times and Wall Street Journal in particular, and other low-life papers. The media actually want us to lose the war. Just because they are reporting factually on strikes on an airplane. He says that the media wants the U.S. to lose the war. Let me see, where am I? Actually want us to lose the war. Their terrible reporting is the exact opposite of the actual facts. They're trying to hide the facts on the ground as Israel and other Mid East nations have been doing. So now here comes the U.S. Trying to scare the media into silence about the factual things that are going on in this war. They are truly sick and demented people that have no idea the damage they caused the United States of America. Fortunately, as proven by our great and conclusive election win in 2024, the people of our, I don't know, it's cut off. Trump's lie social post fixated on a short update from the Wall Street Journal reporting that 5 refueling planes had been damaged in recent days during an Iranian strike against an air base in Saudi Arabia. The more fundamental issue is that Trump seemed to recognize that he is now stuck in a poorly planned and unnecessary war of his own choosing, and that has upended the global economy. Rather than admit that, a Trump administration officials, in a classic authoritarian move, are trying to use state power to get news outlet to obscure their incompetence. Goddamn. Okay, the Defense Secretary Kegbreath has not been subtle about that. During Friday's news conference focused on the war in Iran, Kegbreath said that he was looking forward to CNN being taken over by David Ellison, the son of Trump supporting Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, who is worth roughly $200 billion. One day, Lady Carr tried to subvert the editorial independence of broadcasters, nor is it the first time Carr has tried to do so. Last year, Jimmy Kimmel's late night show was indefinitely pulled off the air after the FCC chair threatened to target ABC. Kimmel only returned to air following a massive backlash. With the likely takeover of CNN by Ellison, who installed Barry Weiss at the top of CBS News after purchasing the network last year, the administration is pursuing what may prove to be a more effective track. Instead of trying to coerce outlet, it is working to put friendly billionaires in charge. From there, the oligarchs can do the administration and bidding without even being told. So there you have it. I just wanted you guys to know that, just in case you were unaware of that. That is Mother Jones. Mother Jones. Let me see if there's anything else I would like to share with you guys before I go. I'm writing an article on this currently, so I'll be posting it once I'm done. In the case of the Iran conflict, news outlets can argue they are simply reporting on fluid military intelligence, a classic defense against deliberate distortions. I'm sorry. Yeah, so they are trying to say that they are propagating fake news. Now, I did hear about those planes being damaged. I didn't think that it was. In reading it, I can't remember where I read it. I don't remember it being any major damages done to those planes. So I don't even see what they're crying about, but they're crying. Let me make sure. There's always something. Okay, I definitely shared that, family. Now, let's get into what jobs, since I talked about Ellison and the founder of Oracle, scaving out jobs for AI while firing between 20 and 30,000 of his Oracle employees. Diary of a CEO, Daniel Priestley. AI will make plumbers own more than lawyers.
I was looking at the top 10 jobs that are most likely to be disrupted by AI, and I really do worry.
Let me play a clip of this because people do not take this seriously, and it's kind of astonishing that people who have to write up things for a living are using AI and not understand that they are training AI to take their own jobs. But some people think that they know more than you, so therefore let's see how this worked out for them. Let's see. Let's see how. Let me see. Training AI. Now, everything is talked about in here. All these people who say that, well, yes, well, we just have to give up the fact that AI is going to do this. AI is going to take over all these jobs, and they just going to have to give us a universal rate, pay. Now, in everything that I hear corporations and news organizations say about AI, none of it has to do with anything about some universal pay. It just cracks me up that these people think that these people are taking their jobs away and giving them to AI to only continue to pay people who are not doing the jobs that AI is doing. I mean, it's just miraculous. It is just miraculous that people are not paying attention, that people are contributing to the demise of their very own jobs by doing their jobs using AI. It's just mind blowing that you're in a job and you're using AI to help you do the work that you need to do in your job. So, what is the point of you? If AI can do it for you, why can't AI do it for your employer? Are you stupid? Or are you dumb? Okay, that's neither here nor there. Let's get into this.
About this.
So the nature of the economy is changing. For a long time, blue collar work like plumbers, electricians, bricklayers has been.
So the main thing about this, everybody has never been a person for school, but people can. There are a lot of people who can learn by hands-on learning, by being taught hands-on ways. They can accelerate and test well. Let me tell you something. If you're not aware of how much licensed plumbers and electricians make, they're probably making more than a lot of lawyers are now, because the country is oversaturated with attorneys that do not work, that have never worked, people who have gone to law school, who have never taken the bar, haven't passed the bar, all of these different types of things that are going on in the law field. Let me tell you something. If you want to get a job where you can make money, you can get dirty, you can clean up. You will have a home to clean up in, as opposed to trying to hold on to a title that gives you no pay. That's all I'm saying.
I was looking at the top 10 jobs that are most likely to be disrupted by AI, and I really do worry about this.
So the nature of the economy is changing. For a long time, blue collar work like plumbers, electricians, bricklayers has been devalued. But it could be in the next couple of years, these are the roles that are elevated the most, and that plumbers regularly earn more than lawyers. And for the last 25 years, I've been building companies from scratch. And I've been through the global financial crisis and COVID, but I have never experienced what we're experiencing right now. I've never seen more fear for the disruption that is coming. And my real bear case for AI is that every time you go on AI, your request is going off to a big computer in a Walmart-sized building somewhere. And those big, ginormous computers, they last 3 to 4 years before they need to be replaced. And this year ahead, we're going to spend $650 billion, and that could cause a massive financial collapse. That's the thing that I'm worried most about. However, I've never seen more excitement for the opportunities that are in front of us.
So let's talk about, in a world of AI, what are the skills that survive?
So I really believe that everyone should build a little bit of a personal brand, not like to become an influencer, but position yourself with a group of people who know who you are and know what you do and could enroll you in their opportunity. Second one, if there's one skill set that everyone should be learning at the moment, it's how do entrepreneurs think? How do entrepreneurs behave? What are the skills that...
And none of that has to do with learning how to code. So I'll say the link is in my description box. You may want to avail yourself to this. The title of this is called Training AI. Go over there and check this out. Always great content on this channel. The Diary of a CEO. I was like, what is the name of this channel again? He always has great content. No. I did that. I do want to show this professor. I think I do really want to show this professor.
With Israel, with a number of...
No, I think I want to show him.
Well, but the rioters, they're a different group of people.
What should the Iranian government's response to, or what will, in your view, the Iranian government...
No, that's not true at all.
It is true.
Well, you can say it's true, but that doesn't make it a fact.
I think most people listening know that it is true. You don't believe
you're
that
talking
happened.
No. Mahsa Amini had no wounds. There is no footage. There is footage of her, and in the footage, there is nothing that shows that she was beaten.
Hamas, others are...
Now, this is a journalist and a professor. They're talking about a woman who, I haven't heard about this story, who was allegedly dragged off the streets in Iran and beaten and all of this. They are agreeing to disagree. He's saying that he's never seen it happen. He lives in Iran, and she's saying it happened because it has been reported that it happened. A British journalist going back and forth with him about his actual lived experience. I'll put it that way.
Hezbollah is
Syria.
So Hezbollah you consider as a terrorist. You consider as a terrorist organization, right?
In part.
No. In part.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well,
is it a terrorist organization?
In part.
Is it a terrorist
in the same way that the
organization?
Republican movement in Northern Ireland was in part
No, in the same way
terroristic
that
and
your
in part
government is a
political.
terrorist organization in part. Your government is a terrorist organization.
Is that your view?
That doesn't make sense.
Is that your
Either
view?
you're a terrorist or you're not.
No, organizations can be partly terroristic and partly political. You know that.
Just for your information, it's actually you're proving a point. You're proving a point that the Israeli regime, which carries out murder and slaughter, is normal, and it is not a terrorist organization. But Hezbollah, when it responds with far less fire capability and without killing all these civilians as the Israelis do, they're the terrorists.
Okay.
Or partially terrorists.
And
that standard of yours, that standard of yours, and it's not just you, it's your country, it's your government, it's the entire Western political establishment, is the problem. It is the problem in our region.
So this is one of those interviews where you can just watch in real time Western media's entire framing on Iran completely fall apart. Like, you're about to see a British host try every single talking point she's been fed about the, quote, Iranian regime.
Let's get into it.
Up to and including this latest tweet from or post from the
being demonized sits across from someone who's just been reading State Department press releases. Let's get into it.
the protests that are taking place, the latest round of protests, they seem to be pretty intense and pretty persistent, up to and including this latest tweet from or post from the US president. What do you say is going on there? What do you say those protests are about?
Well, there are two issues here. One is that because of the U.S. sanctions and European sanctions, basically because of Iran's policy against Israel,
What is Iran's policy against Israel?
Yes, because
what is it?
The whole sanction, Iran's position
against Israel, yeah.
Yeah, Iran says that Israel is an apartheid state. It is not morally legitimate, and that Palestinians have the right to return, just like apartheid South Africa.
That it shouldn't
and
exist.
back then,
that it shouldn't exist. It's not. Is that
no,
what
as
you
an
mean?
as an apartheid entity, no.
But
no, apartheid should not exist anyway. Look, when your government was
I'm just trying to get a sense from, because you're close to the Iranian regime, I want to get a sense of whether.
What does that mean exactly? I'm close to the Iranian regime. Is that how you introduce academics from your own country?
No. In the way that I know that I'm close in terms of having easy access to and contact with and conversations with members of the cabinet. That's all I meant. I didn't mean.
When you call them the regime,
well,
would you say it like the?
Do you want to go into that?
Yeah, sure.
Well,
what's the question?
Well, have there been regular democratic elections that?
No, you were talking about Israel.
Oh, okay. We'll go back.
Iran's position on Israel.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of whether
Iran's position on Israel is identical to its position on apartheid South Africa. When your government was supporting the supremacist regime in South Africa, the Iranians were supporting the ANC and Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
The same logic applies to Palestine.
Right. So it's not the existence of Israel; it's the nature of this Israeli state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. The state could be called. Yeah, the state could be called Palestine. It could be called Israel. It could be called Walt Disney. But as an apartheid state for Iran, this is not acceptable.
And isn't Iran something of an apartheid state, particularly if you're a woman?
Have you ever been to Iran?
No, but there's lots of countries I haven't been to that I know about, hear about, read about, speak to.
It's not an apartheid state. No, it's not an apartheid.
Women are dragged off the street for not wearing the veil?
No, that's not true at all.
It is true.
Well, you can say it's true, but that doesn't make it a fact.
I think most people listening know that it is true.
You know, I live in Iran. Many journalists come to Iran. Journalists that you can invite, Jewish journalist Max Blumenthal from the Gray Zone, invite him on your show. And he's been to Iran just recently for a couple of weeks. He went to different cities on his own with his wife, who's also a journalist. Ask him if any women have been dragged off the streets anywhere that he's been to.
So you're denying that the Iranian government forces women to wear the veil, the hijab?
Well, veil is one thing.
I know it is. That's why I corrected myself. And those that don't want to.
The headscarf.
The headscarf.
The headscarf.
And those that don't want to cover their hair. It's trouble for them, isn't it?
No, nothing happens to them. No, nothing happens to them. And some of my students on campus, in classrooms on campus, they don't wear headscarves. So I think I'm just trying to get a sense. Is your assertion that in Iran, in the last decade, and even more recently than that, not a single woman, particularly a protesting young woman, has been detained and in one case died in custody with wounds from beating because she had her hair short? No,
you don't believe
You're
that
talking
happened?
No. Mahsa Amini had no wounds. There is no footage. There is footage of her, and in the footage, there is nothing that shows that she was beaten. She had a precondition. Yes, she was taken in, but she was not beaten for her dress. There is a law in Iran about a dress code, because whether you like it or not, they believe that the way in which the West promotes women is sexualization, commodification, objectification. So they'll have their own cultural boundaries, whether you agree with it or not.
Well, you've said to
whether
me,
you agree, whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't. That's one thing. But women being dragged off the streets in Tehran. I've never seen that happen myself.
No, but
This
that
is like
doesn't mean
when
it
they keep
hasn't
saying
happened, does it?
gays in Iran are executed. I've never seen a gay person in Iran executed.
But
this is
that
sort of
doesn't
the
mean it's
myth
never
that
happened, does it?
no,
Just because you haven't seen a woman being dragged off the streets doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
no,
And you
I'm
are.
not saying.
But the thing about it is, you haven't seen it happen either. But just because he hasn't seen it happen, and you haven't seen it happen, and you have reports that it is a common occurrence there, but you haven't seen it ever happen at all, whose word should I take? You're trying to insinuate that this is a commonplace thing, but you haven't seen it happen either. That's my point of this argument. How are you going to argue something that you haven't even seen, but you're trying to make it seem like it happens all the time?
It's never
And
happened.
you are wrong to say, if I can just say, you are wrong to say that Massa Amini had no injuries. She had physical injuries, including a skull fracture and brain edema.
No, she didn't. No.
Well, an independent
No, that's
medical
not-
analysis and a UN fact-finding mission determined that she did.
There was no UN fact-finding mission in Iran. Where are you getting this information? What was the name of the UN fact-finding mission team? The name of the person who did this?
I don't have that in front of me, but I can find it for you. But
You
say
get
that
it
about
from
any
these.
statement that I make.
No, but the thing
And
is
I
that
could
you
do it
get
back
this.
to you.
No, because you can't, because the point is that you have to give me names. If I say in the UK, people are being arrested for saying no to genocide, for having a billboard in their hands, no to genocide, they're being arrested for that. I have to show footage of it happening. And I have to show the law saying that this is how it's done. And when you tell me that if you tell me, has a woman ever been dragged away? I'll say yes. If you say that have people been beaten on the streets by the police, I'd say yes. In protests and riots, it happens. Well, if you tell me innocent people have died in Iran in prisons, I'd say probably yes.
Well, it's interesting.
But when you tell, and I would say the same about your country as well. And I would say the same about your country. But in your country and in the West, the caricature of Iran is.
Okay, so this right here, this is the entire Western media playbook on Iran in one exchange. She just confidently asserted that Massa Amini had a skull fracture and brain edema based on a UN fact-finding mission. And when he asks for the name of the mission, the name of the investigator, anything, she's got nothing. I don't have that in front of me. Like, dude, you just made a claim about a specific medical finding from a specific investigation, and you can't name it because it doesn't exist the way she's describing it. And look, I'm not saying Massa Amini's death wasn't tragic. It absolutely was. But when you're a journalist and you're interviewing someone from Iran about Iran, and you're making factual claims about medical evidence, you better have receipts. Because what Morandi's doing here is what Western audiences almost never see. He's demanding the same level of proof that we demand from countries we don't like, and she can't provide it, because she's been operating off vibes and CIA talking points this whole time. And then watch what he does next. He flips it. He says, in the UK, people are being arrested for saying no to genocide on a sign. I have to show you footage. I have to show you the law. You're telling me things about my country, and you can't show me anything. That's the double standard. When it's Iran, you can just say stuff. When it's the West, you need evidence. And she has no response to that. None. Here's the thing about Western coverage of Iran that nobody wants to admit. The US and UK have been trying to regime change Iran for 45 years. 45 years. They supported Saddam Hussein when he invaded Iran and killed 1 million people. They've sanctioned ordinary Iranians into poverty for decades. They backed a coup in 1953 that installed a dictator. And now they're supposed to be the ones concerned about human rights? Like, give me a break. And before anyone says, well, Iran does bad things too, yeah, obviously. Every government does. The question is, why are we holding Iran to a standard we don't hold Israel to? Israel is actively committing genocide in Gaza right now. The UK and US are arming them, sending weapons, providing diplomatic cover, And we're supposed to be worried about dress code laws in Tehran? Like, what are we doing here? Let me know in the comments what you guys think about this double standard, because it's absolutely everywhere in Western media.
And the reason is because of but your country's hatred for Iran, which has been ongoing for 45 years. If Iran was so deeply despised, then it should have collapsed by now, so long ago.
But when you say, you ask
and
me,
then your government and your media is concerned about human rights in Iran,
yeah,
where you support Israel, not you, I mean your government, you support Israel, you help Israel in Gaza, you have the flights
we
that go
support the
overhead.
rights of Iranians as well. We support the rights of Iranians.
No, you don't. You actually you are a country that tries to harm Iranians because you impose sanctions on ordinary Iranians. The maximum pressure sanctions. Do you think the maximum pressure sanctions hurt a government minister?
You know the reasons.
They're intended
you know the
to
reasons
make
for that.
ordinary people suffer.
You might not like it, but you know the reasons for that. I mean, can I just come back to you on one thing?
What are the reasons? Because since I don't like it, you should tell me. What are the reasons for the sanctions?
The reasons include the proxy terrorist activity that's been, well, I would argue, I'm sure you are going to disagree with me, but the proxy terrorist activity that Iran has been involved in for decades.
What are these terrorists? Who are these terrorists?
Hamas, others arming
Hezbollah
Syria.
So Hezbollah you consider as a terrorist organization, right?
In part.
No. In part?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well,
is it a terrorist organization?
In part.
Is it a terrorist
in the same way that the Republican movement in Northern Ireland was in part
No, in the same way that your government is a terrorist organization in part. Your government is a terrorist organization.
Is that your view?
That doesn't make sense. Either you're a terrorist or you're not.
No, organizations can be partly terroristic and partly political. You know that.
Just for your information, Hezbollah was created out of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It was a creation of the occupation. Just like the ANC was a terrorist organization and Nelson Mandela was a terrorist according to your government standards at the time, Hezbollah was created when the Israelis invaded Lebanon and took Beirut.
But you do know, surely, as an academic, that organizations can be terroristic and political and have wings which are both, and social as well. The Republican movement in Ireland certainly did.
So you're saying that the political wing of Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization?
It has connections to a terrorist organization, yeah, but it operates on different levels.
So it's not a terrorist organization?
In part, it is.
Look, I know you don't want to answer the question. From our perspective, Hezbollah is a national liberation organization that has recovered the South Lebanon and saved Lebanon from Israeli occupation and colonization. And Hezbollah's sin is that it supports the Palestinian people. Hezbollah has been resisting the Israeli regime and it opposes the regime and the ethnic cleansing and the genocide. Your government, your media supports the genocide. You like Israel, you like what they do, and you consider them to be in your camp. Obviously, we have huge differences because Hezbollah has not carried out mass slaughter, and Israel has. And your government supports despots, countries that have zero elections, but they're not regimes.
But Hezbollah did carry out mass firing of missiles into Israel as well, just to report a fact back at you.
Israel invaded Lebanon multiple times. It took Beirut, and Israel bombs intentionally apartment blocks in Lebanon. Just today, it destroyed.
This Hezbollah section is so revealing, man. She calls Hezbollah a terrorist organization. He asks, which part? She says, in part. He asks what that means. She says, organizations can be partly terroristic and partly political. And then he just goes, so is your government a terrorist organization in part? And she completely short circuits. Because he's right. If the standard is uses violence for political ends, then the UK and US are absolutely terrorist organizations in part. Iraq war, Libya, drone strikes, backing coups, arming Saudi Arabia while they bomb Yemen. Like, the body count isn't even close. Western governments have killed millions of people in the Middle East in the last 30 years. Hezbollah's entire existence is a response to Israeli occupation of Lebanon. It was created because Israel invaded, and it's a response to Israeli violence. That's just history. But in Western media, Hezbollah is the terrorist organization and Israel is the democracy, even though Israel is the one bombing apartment buildings, even though Israel is the one carrying out assassinations, even though Israel is the one doing ethnic cleansing, and Hezbollah, which is defending Lebanese sovereignty, is the bad guy. It's genuinely insane. And you can see Fogarty struggling here because she knows on some level that the framing doesn't hold up. She tries the firing missiles into Israel line, and he immediately comes back with Israel invaded Lebanon multiple times, took Beirut, bombs apartment blocks, and she's got nothing because the facts are the facts. Because this comes up every single time there's a conflict with Israel.
Southern Lebanon. Almost every day it carries out assassinations.
I'm just making the point that the fire isn't just in one direction.
It's actually, you're proving a point. You're proving a point that the Israeli regime, which carries out murder and slaughter, is normal, and it is not a terrorist organization. But Hezbollah, when it responds with far less fire capability, and without killing all these civilians as the Israelis do.
No, she wasn't just proving her point. She was making an attack. But they attack. And then when she got checked, I was just proving a point. You know, it happens on... No, bitch, that wasn't what you were doing.
They're the terrorists.
Okay.
Or partially terrorists.
And
that standard of yours, that standard of yours, and it's not just you. It's your country, it's your government, it's the entire Western political establishment, is the problem. Well, it is the problem in our region.
And a problem...
Because you are choosing despots and you are choosing regimes that carry out ethnic cleansing as your allies because they serve your interests.
If I can speak, you say that is the problem. Iran has agency. It's making some of its own choices. Some of its people are currently protesting very vocally about the conditions they find themselves in, which I know some of which is related to sanctions. The women 2 years ago, many women were protesting about the conditions they find themselves in. However you characterize it, I will characterize it differently if I may, and I will equally characterize it.
I didn't characterize it. I didn't say anything. You asked me a specific question about an individual. Did women protest 4 years ago or 3.5 years ago?
They did.
Yes, many did.
Yeah.
Did students protest? Yes, many did. Did people protest 3-4 days ago on the street in Tehran? Yes, people did. But the rioters, they're a different group of people.
What should the Iranian government's response to, or what will, in your view, the Iranian government's response to the protests and what they're calling for and complaining about, what will it be? What's it likely to be in your view?
Roxana, on the first day of protests, they were peaceful. Was anyone arrested? Did the police attack anyone on day one? That's when the protests were bigger, actually, in Tehran, right? Now we have small riots here and there where they attack the police, they shoot at the police, they throw Molotov cocktails, and so the police responds. But on day one, there was no violence.
So for your...
And the government, because the government recognized their protests as legitimate.
So for you, the Donald Trump
the question for me is, the question for me is that in your country, if there are protests in Iran, you don't see this as a normal process in civil society. You see it as the regime, as you like to call it,
protest
the regime on the verge.
Protest is normal. I haven't said it's abnormal at all.
But in your country, if there are protests and we see police officers
we question all the time. We question all the time.
And they hammer, but that's a part of the process. But here in Iran, it's true.
All right, so let's wrap this up. Professor Morandi absolutely destroyed this interview. And I don't say that lightly. He came prepared with facts, with history, with context. She came with talking points. And every single time she tried to corner him with a Western media narrative, he flipped it back on her. And
talking points.
I think I would return the favor here. 100 of them. It was spectacular.
Carrying out this Holocaust, this ongoing Holocaust, and you don't care about the people. Your wishful thinking The Israeli regime is vulnerable and weak, and it has shown itself to be incapable. Experienced what the West does to the non-Western world. When your governments were supporting Saddam Hussein, when your governments were arming him in the 1980s, before you turned against him, your governments gave him chemical weapons. I survived two of those chemical weapons.
Okay, so this one is absolutely wild. Piers Morgan brings on Professor Morandi to talk about Iran's missile strikes on Israel. And what you're about to watch is Piers getting absolutely dismantled in real time. Like,
Okay, let's watch this one real quick. I think I should have played this one first. This is better. This is in my description box under Yes Professor.
Unsuccessful. I mean, it caused barely any damage. Again, you're smirking. You can Iran.
Hilarious how fast this falls apart for him. All right, let's get into it.
That Iran launched against Israel, 300 of them. It was spectacularly unsuccessful. I mean, it caused barely any damage. Again, you're smirking. You can explain why, but it was a spectacular failure, wasn't it, by Iran? Just a load of showboating and throwing fireworks in the air with actually no result whatsoever, other than they hurt one little girl.
Of course I'm smirking. It's funny the way in which you always frame things where the other and the non-Westerner is incompetent and incapable, and your fantastic Israeli allies are on top of their game. No, in fact, it was a major defeat for the Israelis and for the Americans. And why? Because the Iranians from the very beginning, well, let me tell you. First of all, the Israeli regime carried out an airstrike on an Iranian embassy. The whole world condemned it. Forget the West, forget the UK and the US. You are marginalized. You supported it because at the UN Security Council, your regime, the American regime, and the French regime, they prevented the condemnation of the bombing of the Iranian embassy. So the world rallied behind Iran. And Iran said, we're going to retaliate. But what did Iran do? Iran played it very smart. They played 10 days of mind games with the Israeli regime, and then they declared that they're going to carry out the attack. So the Israelis and the Americans and everyone mobilized everything they had, and the Iranians sent hundreds of dirt cheap drones, a few $1,000s each, to fly, and it took 3 hours for them to get there. And then your Israeli...
This was after the first attack that they did in Iran. They waited days and days before they said, we're going to strike at this military base. And they moved all the American military, all the soldiers and military equipment, and said, okay, you're allowed to strike that base. They thought it was going to happen this way, this second time that they did it.
The Allies spent...
And he's saying that in doing it that way, Iran was able to garner a whole lot of information about the fighting power that Israel and America had.
According to their own estimates, $1.35 billion to down drones that didn't cost probably $2 million for Iran. The Iranians did not use any of their new technology. It was all old technology. So the Israelis gained nothing, but the Iranians gained a huge amount of information about the capabilities of the Americans and the Israelis. And I must say that most of the things were done by the Americans, not the Israelis or the British or the French. And then the Iranians sent a series of old missiles that they had in stock for a long time, none of it with the latest technology. And then again, the Americans and the Israelis attacked them with very expensive missile defense systems and use all their capabilities, giving the Iranians huge amounts of information. Again, a couple of $1 million. No one is going to buy those old missiles. And then Iran fired a handful alongside these missiles, a handful of serious missiles that were targeted at two bases, the two most heavily defended military sites in the world, an air base in the south and an intelligence gathering base, I think, in the north. And both of them received receive direct hits. So the Israelis they showed their hand. They spent a lot of money at a time when these missiles there's a huge shortage of them because of Ukraine, and the Iranians gave no information about their capabilities. Even those missiles that struck.
I've got to say that's one of the more entertaining explanations for such an abject failure that I've heard.
Should I smirk again?
And let me take you back. Let me take you back to what Israel said they committed the bombing in Damascus for, was because they discovered that the building was diplomatic in name only and being used as an Iranian military and intelligence base, hence the presence of all these generals, two of whom were killed, along with all the others there. So if it was being used as a military base and they were training Hezbollah, which is what they believed they were doing, then it was a legitimate target, wasn't it?
Well, of course, since you support the Israeli narrative and you are a friend of the people who are carrying out this Holocaust, this ongoing Holocaust, and you don't care about the people.
I don't support any narrative. I'm just asking you whether if it was being used as a military base, was it a legitimate target if they're training Hezbollah to attack Israel?
You have a rather one of the most extreme narratives, and I think you're doing a disservice to truth by
actually I don't at all. I've been very critical of Israel, but I don't believe whenever I interview people who can't find it in themselves to
Dude, did you catch what just happened there? Morandi just gave Piers a completely different framework for understanding what Iran did, and Piers has no response except to smirk and call it entertaining. Like, that's not an argument, man. That's just dismissal because you don't have a counter argument. Here's what Morandi is saying, and I don't know how Piers doesn't see this. Iran sent old drones and old missiles on purpose. Stuff they don't even use anymore. Dirt cheap technology. And Israel and the US mobilized everything they had to stop them. Billions of dollars in missile defense systems to shoot down drones that cost a few $1,000s each. So what did Iran lose? Basically nothing. What did they gain? Massive amounts of intelligence on exactly what the US and Israel's defense capabilities are. They got to see the whole system in action without revealing any of their actual technology. And then, and this is the part Piers just ignores completely, they sent a handful of actual serious missiles that hit two of the most heavily defended military sites in the world. Direct hits on an airbase and an intelligence facility. Like, think about that for a second. Watch what happens next when Morandi brings up the hospitals.
Can't find it in themselves to actually say what Hamas did on October the 7th. I always find it slightly incredulous then, whatever else they say. Because we all saw what happened with our own eyes.
People are not intimidated by you. That's the problem. You can intimidate some of your own people, but you can't intimidate us.
I don't want to intimidate anybody. I want to get to the... I want to find out. I'm just fascinated. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, Professor, I'm not trying to intimidate.
That is a diplomatic.
No, you don't ask the questions.
Just like
I ask the questions.
That is. No, I'm answering your question. That was a diplomatic building. You know quite well that the Israelis had no right to touch it. They committed a crime, and the Iranian retaliation was an act of self-defense. And your own foreign minister humiliated himself on Sky News, which is an outlet that is sympathetic to the regime, when he said, well, if one of our diplomatic buildings were struck, how would the response be? So don't be silly. The Israeli regime, they're always lying, just like the Al-Shifa hospital. They're full of underground tunnels. Where were the tunnels? And then at the beginning, when they struck the Al-Hilli hospital and killed hundreds of people, they said, no, it was the resistance. And the Western intelligence agencies said the same thing. And then we saw them hit hospital after hospital after hospital after hospital. So you put your faith in the narrative of these child killers who bomb hospitals and destroy the very basis of humanity, the very basic needs for ordinary people in Gaza. Come on.
And here's
look at Pierce's face. Pierce is like, oh, let's change the subject.
The irony, Professor, here's the irony, is that all the attention that was falling actually on Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza, and whether it was a massive overreach and whether too many civilians were being killed, and when we saw the aid workers killed, obviously enraged people as well, it was all heading the way that Iran would have liked, which is there was general global outrage that was fermenting about what was going on there. Now, the narrative has changed, hasn't it? Because what we saw were countries like Jordan racing to help Israel defend itself against Iran's missiles, the ones that you've tried to dismiss, but were actual missiles. And how does that help Iran's narrative that Israel are the bad people in the region when you have major Arab countries like Jordan and Saudi offering airspace and so on? How does that help your cause to try and isolate Israel? All you did was achieve the complete opposite, didn't you?
Absolutely not. First of all, the people of Jordan know that the Israeli regime considers the Palestinians to be Amalek. We're not dumb, Pierce, and they're not dumb. The government of Jordan does not represent the people. You know this, and I know that. But more importantly...
Well, the government of Iran doesn't represent the Iranian people, does it?
It represents the Iranian people more than your government represents the British people. But the Iranians...
Actually, I wouldn't say that at all.
I would say that. The Iranians, when they carried out the strike, and by the way, just as well, I'll say that at the end. When the Iranians carried out the strike, they punished the Israeli regime and they humiliated the Israeli regime. But nothing is going to distract world public opinion from the Holocaust.
Okay. That is in the...
So, Sean, are we talking about the Iran war again? Yes, we are talking about the Iran war because things just took a very interesting and dangerous turn. Now, the Iranian strategy is clear. Hang on until the US economy breaks, until inflation takes root and funding the war becomes impossible. Now, Trump is in panic mode. Even though the US doesn't import a ton of oil from the Middle East, the impact is still material. Crude from the region is at most 8% of total US crude imports, but certain states are more exposed than others. In California, people are paying more than $5 a gallon for gasoline. Refiners in the state have lost their access to Middle Eastern supply, around 83 million barrels worth. So they now have to compete with other buyers for limited supply. International buyers from Japan all the way to Korea, they're all bidding on crude cargoes. So Mexican and Canadian oil, they're getting bidded up like no tomorrow. Prices are shooting to the moon. This means US inflation is flying up. Now, big oil companies in the US will sell their cargoes to the biggest bidder. It's all about just making money for them. And just because a US refiner wants the crude urgently doesn't mean they get special treatment. They don't pay special prices. They will have to compete and they will have to pay top dollar for the supply. And by shutting down Hormuz, Iran is causing the US to make many erratic moves and make many bold claims, some of which, as we know, they are just fantastical, but others just risk morphing the entire region into a global war. Now, Trump is now calling for an international coalition to send warships into Hormuz to clear the strait. This is literally insane, and Iran has already said it will invite bigger retaliation. There are just so many contradictions here. Trump claims Iran's military capability has been completely destroyed, 100% destroyed. But yet the US is afraid of a missile or drone or mine drop into the strait. And now the US is begging the G7, even China, to send warships to reopen Hormuz. This is a ploy that isn't going to work. Iran has poked holes into the US security umbrella. Now imagine how crazy things will get if missiles start hitting G7 warships or destroyers. And does this mean NATO is now involved in the war? China and Russia watch Iran get taken down by the Western world, or will they intervene? And if the biggest navy in the world is afraid of drones and missiles, it tells us that the war has gone asymmetric. Warfare is now becoming democratized, where the biggest spender does not automatically mean you are going to be the big winner. Now, the US has also begun striking Clark Island, which holds the majority of Iranian oil flow. We are literally on the brink of a massive escalation that will make Iran even more hardline than ever before. The US has bombed multiple targets on Clark Island. 90% of Iran's oil exports move through here. So it is a very significant transit point. Oil will pass through this point before getting sold and moved into the global markets. So far, Trump has only attacked military targets and the oil infrastructure has been left intact. However, He has threatened to take out everything to blow up the energy assets there. There are also rumors of the US threatening to stage a ground invasion to take over the island, to use Krk as a staging base for boots on the ground strikes to the Iranian mainland. Now, Tehran has made it mighty clear that it would be, without a doubt, a clear escalation of the conflict. And for Trump, this is really a no-win scenario. Even if he manages to take out the island, even if he manages to occupy the entire island with US troops, it will just inflame the oil crisis even further. Now, Iran would most definitely lock down Hormuz indefinitely. The US will also be burning a ton of money. They'll be burning a ton of treasure, fighting yet another forever war. Inflation goes up and a new bond crisis is about to begin. Should Trump escalate the war, he will make it even more impossible to fund it. In the first week of the war alone, the US spent a whopping $11.3 billion. The daily burn rate is $1 billion a day. Now, the majority of the money was spent in munitions, over $10 billion worth. Now, all these missiles will need replenishing. In fact, the Pentagon is planning to demand $50 billion in additional funding to buy new weapons. The amount is clearly going to be more than $50 billion. Everyone knows that. We aren't even including provisions to resupply Israel, higher fuel costs, and more domestic security across the US plus their allies. Now, how will that money get raised? It will be debt issuance. By the time the war, national debt will go from $8 trillion all the way to $40 trillion. And at the same time, it will crush the economy with higher borrowing costs. Now, what's even crazier is the administration ignoring that gas prices are going up. That is the main driving force of higher inflation in the US, a big contributor to the CPI. The longer Iran holds out against the US, energy inflation will get baked into the cake. Then we'll see core inflation rise, food prices will go up, transportation will cost more, and services will rise as well. There's one clear driver of this mess. It's the US war on Iran. There's simply no other way to see it. But the Trump administration is still playing the blame game here.
Joe Biden left us in a terrible situation. And the reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower, because in the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration, because the president has set us up for energy dominance. And one of the lessons we all have to take away, frankly, every time we get involved in anything overseas, whether it's in the Middle East or anywhere else, the thing we got to take away from it is energy dominance and energy independence.
Now, what JD Vance said is a red herring. And how many times can you blame Joe Biden? Yes, the US oil industry will do well here. The US might be relying on their own energy sector, but what sector is on the verge of a total meltdown?
Okay, guys, I think that's it that I have for you guys today. I hope you guys have a. Hold on. I would be remiss if I didn't show you this temper tantrum on Air Force One on his way back to Washington yesterday. Let's get into it. The unstable genius. The unstable idiot.
And ultimately stormed off in anger after the reporters pissed him off one time too many. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, as Mediaite reports, just to give you an example, Trump rages at reporter when confronted over troop coffin email, stands by it. Donald Trump attacked a reporter after she confronted him about a fundraising email featuring a photo from the dignified transfer ceremony of 6 service members who were killed in the Iran war, and stood by the email. Many people were outraged about a fundraising email from a Trump PAC that featured a photo from the dignified transfer that Trump attended last week in a campaign baseball hat. Again, just totally violating and disrespecting and dishonoring the sacrifice that these men and women made because of Trump's war on Iran. He was the one who got them killed. Trump gaggled with reporters aboard Air Force One for about 20 minutes on Sunday night, in which he was confronted by an ABC News reporter about the email. So Let's play that clip in question because he did not like that she asked a perfectly valid question about an extremely somber topic.
Let me put closed captions on. They didn't clean up this audio on this.
Because he did not like that she asked a perfectly valid question about an extremely somber topic.
Well, I was at the dignified transfer, unlike a lot of other people. I didn't see it. I mean, somebody puts it up. We have a lot of people working for us, but there's nobody that's better to the military than me. And all you have to do is look at the election, look at the election results, look at the kind of votes that we get, look at the poll numbers. There's nobody that's ever been higher as a president than me for the military.
Can you guys comment on
We're one of the worst, most fake, most corrupt ones. You know what ABC is? I think it's maybe the most corrupt news organizations. I think that they're. I don't want anyone from ABC. Right.
ABC News. Isn't that your good buddy Larry Ellison's channel that he put Barry Weiss?
So again, he's unraveling in real time. It was a perfectly legitimate question. I mean, Trump was politicizing the death of service members that he caused. I mean, he's responsible for their deaths. He sent them to their deaths by triggering this war of regime change, this war of choice. And it was a perfectly reasonable question to ask. And he has no valid defense for it. But of course, he's not going to apologize because that's classic Trump. He'll never apologize for anything, even when he's objectively, abjectly, demonstrably, indisputably wrong. He doesn't care because that's how he was taught by Roy Cohn. Never admit defeat, never accept blame, never show contrition. And so what's he do? He just lashes out at the reporter asking a perfectly reasonable question. It becomes a recurring theme throughout this engagement.
President, you mentioned that Iran's military has been decimated economically in other ways. Are you ready to officially declare victory? Yes.
No, I don't want to do that. There's no reason to. I think I just say they're decimated.
Can you explain
I think that we've done damage to them.
No, there's no reason to declare victory. No, I just don't want to. You can't because you done fucked up everything. There's no victory to declare by you.
Right now, if we left right now, it would take them 10 years and more to rebuild. But I'm still not declaring it over. Our military is incredible. The job they've done is just incredible. And the problem is that when you look at fake stories written by you people, written by and generated by AI, it's incredible. And I just wonder, like Jeff, you know that he's a big search. Did you know that the rally of 250,000 people, the supposed rally was fake? He saw the reporting on it. He wrote about it. He talked about it. And you know it was fake. It was AI generated. You know.
So apparently Trump is visibly confused, lashing out a specific reporter, who denies ever having written anything about the very topic that he's talking about. He's like, I've seen the reporting, but I haven't written anything about it. Yeah, you did. And you knew it was fake.
Oh, Lord.
This is not good. This, again, betrays an insecurity. It betrays a fragility. Trump knows that this war is not going well. Perhaps it's going well militarily, and again, in a conventional sense, but domestically, in terms of the economic consequences, the fact that 13 service members have been killed as a consequence, the fact that 160 Iranian school children have been killed because, according to the U.S. military, in their preliminary inquiry, they say that Trump and Hegseth killed these children by launching this drone strike. It was a U.S. drone strike on this school. Of course, Trump's been trying to spin that as well. It does come up during the course of this conversation, but there is no confidence in his answer. There's only just a visible unraveling because...
Where are all the people who said that he would be good for this economy? Where are all of these black unicorns that said he wouldn't be starting any more wars? He's good. He won't be starting war. Where are these people? Where are these people who talked about how good he would be for the economy? These unicorn Negroes. Where are these people? Oh.
He knows he can't really spin this with any sort of effect.
Can you explain why we're sending 5,000 Marines and sailors? Can you explain why
You're a very obnoxious person. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I mean, again, it's funny how Trump lashes out at it's always females, much more often than males, I should say. Maybe not always, but much more often than males. Number one. Number two, for him to call somebody obnoxious or corrupt, it's like, bro, you're throwing stones in a glass house. You really have no credibility on this particular topic. I mean, you're the most corrupt and obnoxious person in American politics, at least the history of modern American politics. But I digress.
I wanted to ask you if you talked about selling oil futures.
The prices are going to come tumbling down as soon as it's over, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
You said it was over already. You said the war was over. But again, he's visibly irritated that people are talking about the price of gas and oil. It's a perfectly legitimate thing. He demagogued the hell out of that issue with great effect and with great success during the 2024 presidential campaign. What he doesn't like is this is proving that, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and the shoe is on the other foot. And Democrats have been able to inflict considerable political pain on Trump because of his decision to send gas and oil prices skyrocketing by starting this war. Again, he did not inherit this war. This war was not brought to him. It's not like we were attacked and then he was militarily or politically compelled to counterattack. He chose to pick this fight with Iran during the course of negotiations. He NAMI coming in November. We'll see if it happens. Here's another clip.
Impacts of this. I mean, I have to do what's good. Political, I'm sure everybody is concerned. I have to do what's right. I can't say that, I don't want to have any impact on oil prices for 3 or 4 weeks or 2 months, and we're going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon and blow up the entire Middle East and beyond, right? Because, they were going to blow up the Middle East. If I didn't terminate the Obama horrible deal, the Iran nuclear deal, it's called, if I didn't terminate that in my first term, they would have already had a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it immediately upon getting it. And if I didn't send in the B-2 bombers to bomb the hell out of it and obliterate, and that's what it was, we obliterated that site and stopped all their potential nuclear. If I didn't do that, you would have had Israel and the Middle East hit by nuclear weapons. And we wouldn't be talking about this right now. What I did in terminating the Iran nuclear deal, and what I did in sending in the B-2 bombers, it was one of the most incredible attacks anyone's ever seen. Late at night, dark, no moon, and every single bomb went right down those chutes and blew the whole place apart. If I didn't do that, you would have had nuclear warfare in the Middle East. And I think Israel would have been obliterated. And I think lots of the Middle East would have been. And you saw that when they sent thousands of missiles to countries that didn't expect anything. They didn't think we were going to be involved. And yet you look at what happened with Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Take a look at Qatar. They sort of got along. And all of a sudden they're being barraged by...
Again, no confidence whatsoever, a total misrepresentation of the facts. It's classic Donald Trump, right? So he says that, there would have been nuclear war and Israel would have been obliterated. Well, Israel's demonstrated military superiority over Iran throughout the course of this engagement last year. Now he's saying, well, they were once again 2 weeks away from nuclear. So you totally obliterated their potential, but their potential was also so robust that it's back, and they're once again 2 weeks away from a nuke. Give me a break. Nobody buys it.
Do you have an update on the Iran strike? Is it looking more like that it was in the U.S. reading the Iran strike that Middle East?
We don't know. That's under investigation.
So she asked about, of course, the bombing of the Iranian school. The United States military's preliminary investigation has concluded that Trump was responsible, that the United States was responsible, that they targeted the school using old data, which should not have been input. It was not properly updated. That's the results of the preliminary investigation. And ultimately, Trump and Hegseth are responsible. He tried to say it was Iran. Nobody was buying it. The external and internal investigations all point to the United States. Again, he's nervous because even though he doesn't give a damn about really anybody, including Iranian school children, he knows it's a war crime, the likes of which we've not seen from the United States in decades. It's just a massive, massive war crime that even Republican lawmakers have been publicly balking at. A couple more clips. Here's another one.
Said that we're nowhere near sending ground troops to the Middle East.
I don't talk to people like you about that. I mean, Why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk about military strategy. We're talking about.
So again, he's contradicting his publicly stated claims, like, no, we're nowhere close to sending, military members or anything. And then he dispatches 2,500 Marines to the Middle East, contradicting his previous statements. And he just
Why would I tell you about
But are you
that?
going to lie to the press about it? And if you're going to lie to the press about it, then why should we believe anything you say about this particular war? He won't have a good answer for that. And finally, this is the question that finally sets him off enough where he just says, to hell with it, and he just storms off in rage because of these perfectly legitimate questions.
Do you have a comment on the 6 service members?
Go ahead. Who else?
What do you want to see in the deal? Because earlier you said reportedly that.
Well, you start off with there will be no nuclear weapons. That's where it starts. And then on top of that, there's plenty of things that we're going to get. Thank you very much.
Anything about Israel?
Has nothing to say about Israel.
So again, he was asked about the 6 service members who, again, 13 total, who have died on his watch because of him. Gets pissed off, ignores the question. Somebody else asked me a question. They do. And then he answers very quickly and rushes off. He's pissed. He's insecure. He's unraveling. He knows this has backfired spectacularly on him politically. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
All right, guys. I hope you guys have a fantastic remainder of your day. I'll see you guys here on either tomorrow.
Joining us now is Murtaza Hussein of Drop.
Well, or I may come on Wednesday. These lies and this bullshit is really getting redundant. So I hope you guys enjoy the remainder of your week. Okay. With Casey, don't curse in my chat ever again, or you will be banned. All right, guys. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. Stay sucker free, as Jill Comfort Zone always says. And I'll see you either tomorrow or Thursday or Wednesday. I'm so tired of all the bullshit and all of the lies. So, hope you guys have a good one. All right, bye-bye. Hit the like button on your way out. Hit the like button. You can become a member. You can subscribe, and you can comment in the comment section. I appreciate my mods being here. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. All right, bye-bye.